Hi, my name is Jonathan Levy, and I'm going to be the instructor of this course, Become a Super Learner. Perhaps you're just joining us, and this is the first time you've ever been exposed to super learning. Perhaps you're one of the over 50,000 students and readers of our version 1.0 course. Either way, you're here because you want to learn faster, remember more, and unlock the vast potential of your mind. Well, you're in great hands because this course will help you do all of that. It requires no prior knowledge, and it's perfect for beginners all the way up to folks looking for a review or even people seeking more advanced techniques. It's also jam-packed with new materials, thorough demonstrations, and hands-on worksheets, making it our most effective and comprehensive course to date. Now, I'm sure you're quite eager to start deconstructing the learning process, hacking your memory, and upgrading your reading speed. Honestly, we're excited to take this journey with you too. But before we can get started, I'd like to give you a quick story of how this course originally came to be and what we've accomplished since its inception. So about 2 years ago, after selling my e-commerce company, I was interning in a venture capital firm with some very smart people. And I came to know someone named Lev, who was working in one of the startups there in the VC. I realized that Lev was a little bit different when we began sharing common interests. When I would send Lev an article I found interesting, I'd get a reply back in about a minute or two with half a page of comments. Lev also had a habit of sending me 5 to 10 news articles every morning as he sat there and drank his coffee. These often were about a minute or two apart, and they all came in the span of under half an hour. Now, eventually, I started to wonder what was up, and so I went into Lev's office and I saw him scrolling rapidly down the page. So I said, Lev, if you're not going to actually read the articles, you can't rightfully send them for me to read. Lev told me that actually he did read the articles, and when I pressed for details or information about some of them, I saw that, in fact, his comprehension of the articles was extraordinarily high. Now immediately I thought, oh, you read it before I sent it to you. My mistake. He told me that no, actually the speed in which he was scrolling down the page was actually the speed of him reading. I was shocked. I was sure that he was playing tricks on me. I mean, how do you have that level of detail and clarity when you're scrolling on the page as fast as I would scroll if I were searching for something? It was then that Lev told me that his wife is actually one of the leading specialists here in Israel on speed reading and mnemonics, or the study of memory techniques. Now, I'd done some work on speed reading myself, and I'd never actually succeeded. I tried Tim Ferriss's PX method, I tried that Evelyn Wood book, 7-Day Speed Reading. When Lev checked though, my speed was actually at about 450 words a minute, but with about 20% comprehension. Lev, on the other hand, was comfortably reading at about 1,500 words a minute with 80 to 90% comprehension. Needless to say, I immediately inquired as to how I could learn this amazing skill. And fortunately for me, Anna offered private coaching sessions. Now, they weren't cheap, and the whole process took about 6 weeks. But, and I have to say this with no exaggeration, that course changed my life. When I went off to a condensed 1-year MBA, those skills saved me so much time and allowed me to keep up with the near superhuman workload assigned by my professors. I found myself, during group exams or group work, reading the pages and then looking up to see that everyone else would take another 10 to 15 minutes to read the exact same content. There were a lot of funny times during business school where people would say, you know, we'd really appreciate if you would actually read the article. And I'd say, yeah, I read the article. In fact, check out page 32, Exhibit C. You'll find the exact information we're looking for. Since the moment I acquired this amazing skill, people have had a lot of questions. The biggest one is, can anyone do this? And the answer is yes. You can do this, but only with the proper instruction and in my opinion, only with the unique methods developed by Anna and Lev. Now, for this reason, at first, I referred 3 or 4 of my friends to Anna to take private coaching lessons via Skype. But Anna's only one woman, and as I said, the course isn't cheap, and she's had to raise her rates over the years because she simply doesn't have enough hours in the day to coach everyone. Now, after my MBA, I was taking some other courses on Udemy, and I thought it would be a great platform to share the information and really spread the potential of these skills. So I translated the materials from Hebrew, and I added in some of the articles and research that I'd found helpful as a student, and I created a course out of it. I also used my super learning skills to read everything I could find about online courses and marketplaces, pedagogical design, and so much more. Still, when we uploaded the original course, we could have never imagined what would happen next. Within 2 years, we'd accumulated about 50,000 students. We'd appeared on numerous top-ranking podcasts. We'd published a best-selling book. We'd even ranked among the top instructors in the history of Udemy. And that brings us to where we are today, Superlearner 2.0. Over the years since publishing the course, we've learned a lot. We've had tens of thousands of students go through the course, and so we know where students struggle. We know which topics need a little more clarification. We even have some great new content like worksheets and quizzes and demonstrations. All in all, this course is the product of hundreds of thousands of hours of real-world testing, and we believe it's the absolute best accelerated learning and speed reading program on the face of the planet. Throughout the course, we're going to help you completely deconstruct your learning process, starting with hacking your memory. We're going to teach you a new way to create and store memories, how to triple your reading speed, and we're going to give you the tools to do rigorous at-home training. It's not going to be easy. Becoming a super learner is about much, much more than some of the traditional speed reading programs out there. It's a comprehensive shift in the way that you learn. This means that we're going to have to retool the way you learn and remember new information first and foremost. What I'm trying to say is this: you're going to have to work for this, and it's not going to happen overnight. But with the lectures and the worksheets and exercises we've provided, you can and you will succeed. If you're eager and you have the free time now, it's a great idea to go through all of the video lectures and prepare yourself for what you're about to learn. But if you're pressed for time, you can also go through the lectures one by one, stopping to do the homework of that week at each stage. And with that, we'll go ahead and dive right in and start setting up to succeed in this course. We know you're excited to begin the course, so we won't make this a long lecture. We just want to make sure that you know about the most powerful resource and companion you'll have in your journey to becoming a super learner, the PDF syllabus. In this all-in-one document, you'll find a week-by-week guide explaining your weekly goals and expected milestones, as well as convenient and easy-to-use links to each and every one of the resources, games, worksheets, and supplemental materials. What? You didn't think there would be homework? Of course there is. After all, learning is not a spectator sport. One of the many things you're going to soon understand about learning is that it absolutely must be hands-on. If it's not in your hands, it's not in your head. This means that sitting here and listening to my explanations is really only 20% of the course. The rest of the time, you'll be doing worksheets, practicing reading and memory skills, playing fun games, watching inspiring videos from famous super learners, and chatting with your peers in the lively Super Learner Facebook community. Don't worry, it's going to be a lot of fun. In addition to the PDF syllabus, you can optionally download a nice HTML bookmarks file, which you can easily import into any browser, such as Chrome, Safari, Firefox, and even Internet Explorer or Microsoft Edge. Please take a moment to download all of these resources now. Since you'll be referring to these links and games nearly every single day for the next couple of months, we suggest saving them somewhere where they're easy to find. So please pause the video now and download them. I'll wait right here. Great, you're back. You'll notice that we ask you to set aside 5 to 6 sessions of about 40 minutes in length every week. Sure, you can commit less time and still dramatically improve your skills, but this is the amount that we recommend for students who really want to succeed. And that includes you, doesn't it? Anyways, a lot of that time is actually going to be spent reading, which you probably already do for work or for school, and playing games. So if you just sub out some of the other games you're already playing, you won't even notice the time going by. On the other hand, there is such a thing as working too hard, and we have seen students overdo it. So we want you to limit your practice and studying to no more than 8 hours per week to prevent fatigue, burnout, and frustration, and also to allow your brain the necessary time to adapt and to build the new connections and habits we're going to be studying. Maybe 8 hours doesn't seem like a lot. Maybe it seems like a ton of time. Either way, you might be wondering what we're going to do with all of this time, and that's a great question. But instead of spending more time in this lecture telling you what we're going to do week by week, I'm going to leave it up to you to check out the PDF syllabus. It'll explain what each week looks like and why. Make sure to check out those nice little italic notes in the beginning and end of each week for some guidance. In this course, you're going to be relearning how to learn. Now, I'm sure you already know how to learn, or you wouldn't be where you are today. But to be honest, a lot of the things you know about learning and reading and memory, well, they've got to go. This can be really frustrating. After all, these are habits you've probably had for decades. At first, it's going to feel a lot like learning to walk on your hands. Throughout the course, we're going to be using a training methodology called progressive overload. Progressive overload is a fundamental principle at the core of all strength and fitness training, and it's applicable to your mental skills as well. The basic idea is to always be training near or just below your limits. You always lift weights that are relatively heavy or run at a pace that is relatively challenging. By doing this, you avoid the injury and the damage and the frustration that could result in training beyond your limits. But you also avoid getting stuck in a rut by not pushing yourself enough. Most importantly, every time you progress, you immediately increase the level of intensity to maintain your progress. There are a few fundamental principles that make progressive overload work, such as periodization or rest periods, and variations in intensity and volume of training, but you can leave all of that up to us. What you need to know is that you're going to be training near or at your level of comfort, and that's by design. Your job as a student is simply to be aware of your current level, to make sure that you're not training above or below it, and to vary the intensity to suit your needs and your progress. On our end, we'll give you the tools and metrics to diagnose if your training is right in that sweet spot. Now, I don't want to sugarcoat it. The truth is that some frustration and struggle is unavoidable, but this actually works in our favor. As my friend Peter C. Brown, author of the book Make It Stick, The Science of Successful Learning, says, when learning comes easily, it doesn't stick. Sure, these methods are going to make it easier and more fun than ever before to learn new information, but that doesn't mean that it's going to be effortless. We want you to work hard in this course, but we don't want you to be frustrated or to feel beat down. So here are a few things we're going to do together to prevent that frustration. The first thing you're going to do is to complete the Goals and Progress worksheet and post it publicly near your desk. We want you to identify the 3 to 5 goals you have for this course, as well as the reasons you want to accomplish those goals. But be specific. A goal like read faster, it doesn't tell you much. But a goal like read 700 words per minute with 80% retention by November of this year, that's right on the money. These goals are a key aspect of your motivation, and as you're going to learn when we discuss adult andragogy theory and educational psychology, that's a big part of the accelerated learning process by itself. The next thing we want you to do to avoid frustration is to check out the articles in the PDF syllabus. One is about something called the Pomodoro technique, which is a method used to prevent fatigue and frustration. Basically, you'll train for 20 to 25 minutes and then take a 5-minute break, and then train for another 20 to 25 minutes, and then take another 5-minute break. After 4 Pomodoros, or 20 to 25 minute periods, you'll take a longer break of 15 to 30 minutes. This method has been proven to be one of the most effective ways to maintain focus and creativity, so check it out. There's also an article by Dr. Lev on how to avoid headaches and mental fatigue, which is definitely worth checking out. Next up, we've included a bunch of lectures and interviews with some world-class superlearners from all over the world, from people like Tim Ferriss to memory champions and hyper-polyglots. What makes these lectures great for eliminating frustration is that each of these superlearners will openly admit that they're not a particular genius, and that you can learn to do what they do easily. Anytime you feel frustrated, check out one of these supplementary materials and you'll be completely inspired. They'll also remind you that you can do this with a little hard work and the proper techniques. Lastly, we just want to remind you that the Superlearner community is here to help. If you have a question or feel frustrated or get stuck, you always are encouraged to post in the course Facebook group, where thousands of superlearners from all over the world, including myself and Dr. Lev, are happy to help you along. Okay, enough with all the introductions and formalities, right? Let's dive in already. First, make sure to check the PDF syllabus for this lecture's homework, because you already have some important assignments and recommended materials to start working on. Once you've done that, the next lecture is going to be a diagnostic worksheet, which you'll use to measure your baseline reading speed and comprehension level. Get ready, guys. It's going to be a super fun ride. Great. So you've set a baseline reading speed and comprehension, and you've completed the misconceptions worksheet to pique your curiosity and prime your mind for what you're about to learn. Soon, you'll understand why these steps were so important. So, let's dive in and start by improving our memory. To understand why memory improvement should be done before speed reading, I want you to imagine a bucket. Above that bucket, you have a funnel, and pointing into the funnel right now is your regular average garden hose. It's no problem, right? Now, imagine we switch out that garden hose for a fire hose. Big problem. The funnel is immediately overwhelmed, and it's probably blown to smithereens. Water starts spilling everywhere, and in about a nanosecond, the bucket overflows too, and it's not long before you have to shut the water off completely. If we take this metaphor for our learning process, it's easy to understand why we have to first upgrade the bucket and then the funnel before we finally upgrade the hose. You see, the hose itself represents your input speed, or your reading speed, whereas the funnel represents the combination of two different types of memory, your working memory and your short-term memory. You may have heard the term working memory before, since people often incorrectly use it as interchangeable with short-term memory. It's best to explain the difference clearly, though. Working memory is the type of very short-term memory that allows you to remember what I said at the beginning of this sentence so that you could connect it all together and understand the complete idea and then analyze it at the end of the sentence. Like the name suggests, working memory is really for working with and understanding new information in real time. It's actually a lot less about memory than about understanding and analysis. One last point on working memory. Our brains do use several different types of buffers to work with the various types of information. This basically means that words, ideas, images, and scenes, they don't all use the same path to get to the short-term memory. But we'll get to all that and why it's important a little bit later. So, what is that short-term memory then? Well, once you've used your working memory to process, understand, and interact with a piece of information, your short-term memory is what keeps it in your mind for about 15 to 20 seconds. This might seem like a really short amount of time, and it is. That's why, for the majority of the course, we're going to focus on improving the connection all the way from your working memory to your long-term memory. This is because if you do a good enough job creating those short-term memories that'll stick till you get to the end of a page or an article, you'll only need to use some simple review techniques and regular maintenance to keep things in your long-term memory, where we eventually want all our new information to remain. This means that right now, our working and short-term memory are the primary bottlenecks. Without the right infrastructure and base skill set to improve these two types of memory, speed reading is pretty useless, even impossible. This is why I personally failed twice before reaching Anna's course. It's also why a lot of people think that speed reading is a myth, because most speed reading courses want to get you in and out as quickly as possible, and to do that, all that's necessary is to give you the illusion that you're reading faster. If you've ever played around with some of those speed reading applications like Spritz, or tried out the method in Tim Ferriss's popular article, Scientific Speed Reading, How to Read 300% Faster in 20 Minutes, you'll know that reading faster is not that big of a challenge, until you realize that you likely comprehend nothing. Even Ferriss himself is unable to offer any advice for this, besides urging people not to be too concerned with comprehension or retention. It'll somehow magically catch up. But comprehension and retention, or actually understanding and remembering what you read, are the major challenges to speed reading that most people fail to overcome. Don't believe me? No problem. Let's read an article together at my average speed. As you can see, reading this quickly is actually not nearly as challenging as you might think. Like Tim Ferriss, I could teach you to do it in 10 to 20 minutes. Storing memories at this speed, however, is a totally different challenge. How many of you comprehended what you were reading? How many of you actually remember it? And better yet, how many of you will remember it 1 hour from now? To put it bluntly, this is why we need to upgrade your memory first and foremost. Unfortunately, academic institutions don't teach sophisticated memory or learning techniques. We're expected to just remember things without ever being taught the proper skills to store a large number of effective, high-quality memories fast. This means that most of us, when we have to learn new information, are subjected to rote memorization or very basic mnemonic devices. If you remember the phrase I before E except after C, or you ever use the mathematical mnemonic PEMDAS, you know exactly what I'm talking about. These methods are hugely effective for children learning simple things like mathematical conventions, but they don't allow us much flexibility with the information, and we become highly dependent on them. For example, how many of you can tell me what the 11th letter of the English alphabet is? Honestly, even I can't do it, because I learned that using a song. So I only know that information chronologically, and like most of you, I have to sing through the song in my head to arrive at the answer. By the way, it's K. Furthermore, what if you had to memorize much more complex information, such as the chronological order of historical events, or all the ligaments in the human body? For that, you need an entirely new set of memorization skills, ones that give you a richer understanding of the material way beyond songs or acronyms. Fortunately, this is not boring stuff at all. This is a general theory on how to improve learning, not just for reading, but also for meeting new people, learning new skills, and so much more. While we work our way through the course, you'll be able to apply these skills in your daily life, and that will keep you engaged, motivated, and thirsty for the next set of skills. And that by itself is a hugely important aspect of accelerated learning. If you don't use it, you literally lose it. And as we'll learn, it's very hard to learn new things unless we're able to generate some interest and passion around them. Personally, I believe that it's easier to use a technique if you understand how it works. This is why whenever I teach someone to drive a manual car, I always make sure that they understand what's happening when you move the gear shift and what the clutch actually does. And so, while I'm certainly not a cognitive scientist, I want to give you a very basic explanation of how your memory works. This is important because it'll help you understand why we do some of the strange things that we're going to do throughout this course. It's all linked to the actual inner workings of your mind, and it's all based on neuroscientific research. So first and foremost, let me say that your mind is made up of about 100 billion tiny little cells called neurons. These are basically electrically excitable cells that process and transmit information using electrochemical signals. These signals are a lot like the electrical signals firing between different parts of your computer, except in your brain there are no wires. Instead, we have synapses, and those are specialized connections between the neurons. I don't want to get too technical here because this stuff is definitely over my head, and in fact, the way our memory works is not yet fully understood, even by leading cognitive scientists. But basically, memories are created when your brain sends neurotransmitter signals to two neurons at the same time. This strengthens the connection between those two neurons, and presto, you have a new memory. This is an important point to make because it shows that the creation of memories requires connection between two neurons, or a connection to existing neurons in your brain. The other thing you need to know is that when this happens over and over again, the cluster of neurons and their synaptic connections become something called a neural network. From artificial intelligence research, we know that neurons work better in these types of clusters. This means that when several neurons fire together, the signal is actually amplified. That's why it's so crucial to store memories in several connected neurons and to further connect them to the memories that we often use. Now, this is where it gets really important. Your brain has these two incredibly powerful parts called hippocampi, interestingly named for the fact that they look like little seahorses. You have one hippocampus for each hemisphere that, among other things, regulates how memories are created. As far as we're concerned, the most important function of these hippocampi is to determine what's worth remembering. There are a lot of criteria here, including novelty, but perhaps one of the most important criteria for the hippocampi is to determine that something is relevant based on existing memories in our brains. The net effect of this, as we hinted before, is that the more connections there are to a piece of information, the more likely your hippocampi are to determine that it's worth storing. But what about forgetting things over time? Well, our brains have a capacity of about 2.5 petabytes. That's plenty of room for all of the things we want to superlearn. So why does it seem like we're constantly forgetting things? Well, as researchers have recently found, our brains actively forget memories in order to remain efficient and healthy. Our brains, though they're only 2% of our body mass, take up 20% of our energy consumption. So keeping them efficient is a huge evolutionary advantage for our bodies. In fact, forgetting irrelevant information is so important that there are numerous mechanisms in the brain used to forget things, based on whether it determines it should be forgotten because of trauma or just because it's not useful. In some of these processes, the hippocampi are at play again, and they're always searching for relevance and applicability. At the end of the day, this means that having many connections to our memories has another massive benefit. It makes it less likely for them to be removed or to fade away. To give you a metaphor of this, I want you to imagine two roads. One is a 6-lane highway connecting 8 medium-sized towns, and another one is a country road connecting one house to another. Now imagine that the state budget only has room to repair and maintain some of these roads, not all of them. Which road is more likely to receive regular maintenance and improvements? Which is more likely to be neglected and erode away? This, for example, is why you rarely forget information like your childhood address, even if you haven't used it for years and years. Because there are so many connections and stories and experiences around that piece of information, your brain determines that it's critical and will never erode it away. Knowing this can benefit us tremendously. The process of superlearning necessitates that we create more connections to the information we want to learn. This way, the mind is forced to remember it like we would remember everyday information that we use. Think about how children learn. For example, they pick up a spoon and they play with it time and time again. They eat with it, they drop it on the floor. All the while, they're building connections and an understanding and a history around that spoon, what it does, how it feels. Finally, they learn to remember the sound, the name for it, spoon. This is also why writing things down or any type of mnemonic, even the basic ones, is a useful tactic for learning. You see, you're simply creating new memories in the form of stories or sentences and tying new information like the order of operations, first, outer, inner, last, in mathematics, to a word that you already know, foil. But what about in the adult brain? Of course, there are different requirements for adults to learn than for children, right? Well, first and foremost, I want to dispel the myth that children's brains are somehow better at absorbing new information or that they have a higher neuroplasticity. Recent studies have actually shown that this is simply not true. The reason that children seem to learn with more ease is that they're learning literally every waking hour, and all information is new and exciting information for them. Furthermore, research shows that our brains do play by the use it or lose it rule. Most adults lose the ability to learn rapidly simply because they settle into their day job and they stop learning in the volume that they used to as children, not because their brain chemistry or neuroplasticity have actually changed. With that said, there are definitely some requirements that are unique to adult learners. In fact, in the 1950s, one of the leading researchers in adult education, Malcolm Knowles, published a book around the 5 requirements for adult learning. Now that we understand how the brain works a little bit, I don't think any of them will surprise you. They are, number 1, self-concept. Adults are self-directed and independent. They need to take an active role in creating their learning experience. Number 2, the role of experience. Adults have a growing reservoir of experience, including mistakes, that is a critical resource for their learning. Number 3, readiness to learn. Adults are most ready to learn things that are pertinent to their daily life situations. Number 4, orientation to learning. Adults respond best to learning that will be immediately applicable. Adults are more problem-centered than subject-centered in their learning. And number 5, motivation to learn. For adults, the motivation to learn is internal. This means that they must know why they need to learn this new information. So, do you understand why we've done some of the things we've done in the last few lectures? Explaining why you need to know things, making you set your own goals and schedule your own learning sessions. In general, you can leave it up to us as your instructors to make sure that this course follows along with all 5 requirements for adult andragogy, as well as to conform to the formula that best suits your very picky hippocampi. But, as we said before, we can go far beyond this. Beyond just setting up the materials in a way that's interesting to you and your brain, we can actually build synaptic connections or memories in a much more efficient and rich way. And that is what we're going to be learning in the next lectures. But first, make sure to check out the PDF syllabus because there's a good amount of homework and a ton of optional reading materials on everything we've learned in this lecture.
I hope you're excited because things are about to start ramping up. In the coming weeks, you're going to start doing exercises, playing games, and training your memory and reading skills in new and innovative ways. But before you do that, I want to give you a quick heads up. A lot of times, because the games are one of the only clearly specified and tangible action items we can assign, students can get hung up on those games and exercises, and that can stall their progress. Sure, it is very important that you actually do the exercises we recommend. And in a perfect world, we would want to see that you're reaching those skill levels that we outline in the PDF syllabus or in the daily training log. But in doing that, I don't want you to lose sight of the big picture. Let's go back to the first action that you took in this course, the Personal Goals and Progress Worksheet. You set out a number of reasons and goals for taking this course, and it's probably safe to say that getting better at online games wasn't one of them. What I'm saying is this: I want you guys to remember that these games, worksheets, and exercises are intended as a means to an end. They're the best way that I, without taking each one of you and talking to you individually and understanding your goals, can ensure that you're practicing the skills regularly and in a somewhat controlled environment. But they are in no way a replacement for taking the skills out into the real world and practicing them with real learning and memory challenges. In fact, if I really had to choose, I would much rather see you not quite meeting the prescribed goals in the PDF syllabus, but far exceeding your personal memory and learning goals. Because let's face it, that's what's going to make your time and effort in this course really pay off. Memorizing 20 random words is a great exercise, but it can't compare to tackling your actual homework and using markers to memorize it. Worksheets on creating markers are very useful too, but they can't compare to memorizing the names of 10 new people a day. Identifying how many symbols flash on a page is a powerful way to train your eye, but it can't compare to actually speed reading new information every day. To sum it up, do the exercises, but please make time every day to apply these techniques to something besides the games in the upcoming sections. Really, because until you actually try to use these techniques for the areas of life that you need them the most, you simply won't figure out how to best adapt, apply, and enhance them to meet your specific goals. So as you go along throughout the rest of the course, I want you to remember that the games are important, but that the real test of your superlearner skills is whether or not you can memorize everyday information, speed read your daily reading assignments, and learn actual skills faster.
Soon, we're going to learn how to trick the hippocampi into viewing things we want to learn as novel, exciting, relevant, and totally worth storing in our short-term and long-term memory. However, before we get there, we need to focus on the working memory, that funnel that we were talking about earlier. This is pretty exciting because we can actually start to see some huge gains to our memory capacity very quickly by understanding how to take advantage of our working memory properly. Have you ever wondered why in every country in the world, phone numbers are broken up into 3 to 4 digit clusters? Or why your credit card number has those spaces between the numbers? This phenomena is intentional, and it's because of a powerful little brain hack called chunking. You see, for most people, the working and short-term memory can only remember sequences of 7 plus or minus 2 pieces of information, meaning that 3 to 4 pieces of information is easy for just about everyone. That might not seem like a lot, but remember that your short-term memory is, like we said, just the temporary stage that information passes through for about 10 to 15 seconds before going into long-term memory, assuming that the hippocampus deems it's worthy. It's also worth noting that some people can remember larger chunks of information. If you're curious, you can try to remember chunks of up to 7, 8, or even 10 numbers to see where you get stuck. From there, you know how small of chunks you need to break things into. The chunking system is very good because it's an entry-level mnemonic technique. It's not only much faster and easier to learn and play with than some of the heavier visual memory techniques we're going to learn later, but it's also a critical element of the overall technique. This is to say that even after we teach you the methods to remember things way more easily, you're still going to be chunking details or memories into groups of 3 or 4 so that they can better comply with the requirements of your short-term memory. Sure, we could train your short-term memory to hold a larger number of items, but that would only slow you down and place a larger cognitive load on you. At 3 to 5 items, there is no slowdown, and so it's preferable to work in this range. Furthermore, by chunking groups of items into one entity, we can stack 5 chunks of 5 objects, each into our working memory, and effectively store 25 items in our short-term or working memory without any cognitive overload. Because of this massive advantage, you'll notice that all of the world's top memory athletes use systems that are based on chunking, combined with powerful visual and spatial memory techniques that we'll be learning later on in the course. The other nice thing about chunking is that it works with just about everything. Take a sequence of numbers or a couple pieces of information, for example, brown dog, tall fence, lost frisbee. You can even try to chunk information about people into neat little bundles. It might seem strange, but remembering that information in chunks is actually much easier than if it were to be put all together. The brown dog who saw the tall fence where the frisbee was lost. Chunking is a well-documented psychological phenomenon, and we've provided some further reading on it in the PDF syllabus in case you're interested. In the next lecture, we're going to give you a worksheet to show you the power of chunking and to practice this foundational skill a little bit. While we haven't gotten to the really incredible memory techniques yet, you'll already start seeing some improvements if you start breaking information into chunks, and this skill is going to come in handy later.
One of the areas that gets students stuck early on in the course is chunking. And that's because students often misconceive it as a technique, when in fact what chunking is kind of a psychological phenomenon. It's kind of one of the ways that our brains work and a hack around our memory, but it's not so much a technique as it is a phenomenon. And I'd like to walk you through the chunking worksheet really quickly, which you're about to do in this course, and explain to you exactly how it needs to be done, and then give you some context as to why this understanding that you're going to gain from this worksheet is so important. So here we have the newly redesigned chunking worksheet. And you can see that we explain that it is a diagnostic tool. It is not meant as a training worksheet. And you can go ahead and read the instructions, but I'm going to walk you through exactly how you do it. So essentially, what you need to do in this exercise is you print the worksheet out and you keep 2 separate pages. Then what I'd like for you to do is start out with the first row, look at it, memorize it, and then hide it and go to the blank page and fill it out. It'll be very easy for you. You probably remember that it was 5824. Now, I'm not going to do all of this because I want you guys to have 3 of them to do on your own. But what you will realize as you go through, maybe you'll be able to do the second row. Maybe you'll even be able to do the third row. But the point of this exercise is not to train your working memory. It is to demonstrate that by the time you get down here, you're going to need to break these up like a credit card is broken up or like a phone number is broken up. You're going to need to remember either 3 or 4 numbers separately. And by doing that, if you remember, okay, I have here, let's say, 6238, 7029. You see how I paused there? Now I can remember here 6038, 7029. And what's weird about the way our brains work is if you tried to remember 628 7039 without chunking it, without doing that separation, somehow it would be much more difficult. So the point of this is for you to understand and witness that phenomena and see where it happens. Does it happen at 3? Does it happen at 4? Does it happen at 5? Does it happen at 7? For most of you, if not all of you, it'll happen at 5. Now, why is that important? Why have you do this? Why not just explain to you, hey, this is chunking and this is why it's important and this is why credit cards are broken up and phone numbers are broken up into 3 to 4 digits? Well, when we get into the activities, here we have the Superlearner game server. When we get into the other activities, you're going to be learning about markers, visual markers, and you're going to be learning about compound markers and combining, chunking multiple details in, so that when you go to a very difficult challenge, such as random words, or the even more difficult challenge, random words round 2, and you get 20 words, you understand that you don't need to try and memorize 20 words. That is the same as trying to memorize a line of 12 to 15 numbers. In fact, what you need to do is break them into chunks, and you can do it however you want. For example, I would probably just take the ones in this corner here. Tomorrow, a user has a central stove session. Now, how do I create a marker for those 5 words? And you'll see there are demonstrations where we show you exactly how to do this. We have many students who do this in 2 to 3 minutes easily. But the point is for you to understand this is where chunking shines, is instead of creating one visualization for each word, you're going to do the same thing that world memory champions and memory athletes do, which is chunk things together. So all you need to remember is that it's confusing or confuses to initially wrap your search. That might not be the one I use. I might pick some different chunks here. But by condensing and memorizing 3 to 4 things at once, think of it kind of like compression. I need one visualization, and I've chunked 4 to 5 different words or pieces of information into that visualization. So I hope that helps. I hope that prevents you from getting stuck on the chunking worksheet or not understanding how you're supposed to be training. You're not. You're just supposed to use it as a diagnostic so that you understand the psychological phenomenon that is chunking, and later on, you will learn how to use it.
By now, you understand a lot about how the different types of memory work and what's required for adults to learn new information. Maybe you've even started thinking about ways to adhere to these protocols and ways that you could change your learning process to maximize your success. One such strategy is an important practice called dual coding. Remember how we learned that the brain has different buffers for working memory depending on the type of information it's interacting with? Well, in dual coding, we try to get different types of working memory buffers to activate at once, thereby increasing the chances of retention and storage in long-term memory. In the coming lectures, we're going to emphasize how important it is to look at a text or a piece of information from different angles, to ask different types of questions, and to use different senses such as vision and smell, or even emotion, to engage with the material in different ways than you normally would. And this is why. This is also why we advocate a style of learning that I like to call brute force learning. This is a term that has been lifted from hacking, where a hacker will attack a server by trying thousands or even tens of thousands of passwords in the same form rapidly, often with a few different machines or different angles. What does this have to do with learning, though? Well, as we've just established, the most successful learners attack a piece of material from many angles and perspectives. They read about it, they check out contrasting opinions about it from different sources, they jot down some notes, they teach a few friends about it, they try it out themselves, they look at pictures. You get the idea. All of these different approaches and methods reinforce the learning, connecting it to other types of memories such as experiential memories, and overall, they strengthen the neural network associated with what you're trying to learn. My point is that if you want to learn effectively, at some point, you'll need to get your nose out of the book and engage with the material in different ways, from different angles that appeal to you, and apply to the material at hand. A great example of this, by the way, would be to try and explain to some of your friends what you learned in the last few lectures about your memory and about chunking. By teaching this information, you force your brain to look at it from a different angle, to deconstruct it, to form it into your own words, and then to present it in a compelling way. As they say, something once taught is something twice learned, and we would absolutely love to see you get out there and share what you've learned with your friends so far. Since you, as an adult learner, need to be self-directed and make decisions about your experience in order to learn effectively, we'll leave a lot of this stuff up to you. Though in the coming chapters, we will give you lots of different exercises to choose from and ensure that your learning is very multidimensional. Evolution has yielded us some pretty interesting skills. Sure, as a species, we've been telling oral histories for tens or even hundreds of thousands of years, but this pales in comparison to the amount of time that we've been hunting and gathering. Our brains and our bodies developed over millions of years of roaming the savanna, looking for areas with food and scoping out different types of nuts and berries and interacting with all the different types of critters we found along the way. Why does this matter? Well, it means that we can not only spot an approaching predator very quickly, we can also remember visual information or pictures far faster and with more clarity than we can remember things like spoken words. This skill is super useful if you, as a Paleolithic hunter-gatherer, need to remember where you saw that herd of buffalo going, or what that berry looked like that made everyone really, really sick. Because of this evolutionary development, visual information is simply easier to recall than auditory information. It also has to do with the fact that pictures are more heavily encoded and they speak to different types of working memory buffers, as we mentioned before. Pictures are imbued with rich and detailed information, such as color, context, shape, and size, and they're more likely to have a higher number of neural connections as they convey emotion and depth, interaction, and so much more. As they say, a picture is worth 1,000 words. Visual information is also alarmingly fast. Research has demonstrated that we can comprehend the contents of an image in just a fraction of a second. To demonstrate this, I want to walk you through an exercise. I'm going to show you a picture, and I'm going to show you this picture for a pretty long time, 2 whole seconds. And I want you to try and understand as much detail as you can about it. What are the people doing? How are they feeling? What is the context? Are you ready? Now, you just saw that picture for a pretty short amount of time, but I bet if I asked you to, you could write me at least a paragraph about the colors and the composition, where things were laid out, and what the meaning and significance of the photo is. Perhaps you could even write 2 paragraphs. Or maybe, if you're a particularly good writer, you could describe it in 3 paragraphs of 1,000 words. Ultimately, a photo is just information, and what you just did is the equivalent of reading information at something on the order of 30,000 words per minute. That's 3 times faster than the world record speed reader. Look at you, you evolved person, you. It's totally amazing. This little demonstration shows us just how effective it is to see things as pictures and symbols rather than auditory information. For this reason, in addition to all the other steps we have to take to prime our memory, it's best that we also learn to transform concepts, ideas, and other important information into imagined visual pictures, or what we call markers, as soon as we possibly can. It won't surprise you to learn, additionally, that the best and most memorable types of visual markers are strange, bizarre, or emotionally connected to memories. After all, adult learners need to connect information to pre-existing knowledge, and as always, our hippocampi are busy working away to determine what stuff matters and what stuff doesn't. The same is true of images we're hoping to remember. But we'll be covering that in a little bit more detail soon. For now, I want to tell you a pretty interesting story that actually happened while I was building the original version of this course, I was chatting with a neuroscientist from Austria about the process of learning and neural networks and things like that. More specifically, we were discussing the process of learning languages and why it was that she was struggling so much to learn new vocabulary words. The conversation progressed towards the various different ways to learn and what types of things she found easier or more difficult to remember. It was then that she recanted a story to me from when she was in med school, long before she started to understand how the brain functions. Now, apparently, one of her first tasks was to memorize all of the bones in the human body, which is a pretty momentous task. She explained to me that she struggled a great deal with this first memorization assignment. This was because they were simply looking at the bones in a diagram, a very undetailed image in a textbook without any emotional connection or experiential component to it. She said she struggled and struggled, but then one of the next assignments she had was to memorize all of the ligaments in the human body. Now, this may sound even more daunting because there are over 900 tiny little ligaments throughout the entire body. However, the way that they learned that as a class was by dissecting a cadaver top to bottom. She told me, quote, "I promise you, I'll never forget a single ligament in the human body." Now, one thing that really caught my attention is how she described the experience. She told me, "Those images will never leave my mind." Now, I think it's important to draw a conclusion from this, and it's important to realize that in both situations, both the textbook with the bone diagrams and the cadaver, there were images involved. However, the detailed, experiential images, the emotionally significant experience of interacting with a dead body, and the very concrete, minute details are what allowed her to memorize the ligaments much better than the bones. This is actually a really interesting segue because in the next sessions, we're going to be talking about what types of images are poignant and most memorable. We're also going to talk more about how we can better store images laced with significance and meaning to improve the chances that they end up in our long-term memory. But before we do all that, we suggest checking out some of the recommended materials in the PDF syllabus for some really awesome podcasts, some great books, and some inspiring TED Talks that describe the amazing power of visual memory. In the last lecture, we told you that one of the goals of superlearning is to transform any and every piece of information you want to remember into an image, which we call a marker. Perhaps this struck you as odd, or perhaps you wondered how exactly this is possible. Indeed, one of the areas of difficulty that has emerged since the original course is one of creatively generating markers for the information students may choose to learn. This is because, it takes creativity to try and rapidly generate a mental image for things, especially if the things you're trying to generate images for aren't something simple or basic. Sure, just about anyone can conjure up an image of a coffee cup, but what about generating an image for an abstract concept like evolution? Now, that takes creativity, or at least a Google image search. Fortunately, it turns out that creativity is something we're all born with, and although we lose it through our conventional education and maturity, we can easily gain it back with just a little bit of practice. For some of you, this practice won't be too necessary. Many of you are already highly creative and will have no difficulty generating these images. But for some of you, it will be a bit of a challenge, but it's nothing you can't overcome with a few short sessions of practice. Now, it turns out that Dr. Lev has actually written entire books on the subject of creativity, and so he's shared a very lengthy blog post for this lecture on how you can shift your thinking towards creativity. It goes into some of the thought exercises and behaviors you can assume in order to become more creative, and you should make sure to check it out on the PDF syllabus. Additionally, there's one simple exercise used by professionals in schools all over the world that can be highly effective at testing creativity and at re-stimulating the mind to think creatively and develop the thought patterns. It's called the multiple uses test, and it goes like this. Grab the nearest object to you. Perhaps it's a pen, perhaps it's a keyboard, perhaps it's a sheet of paper. It doesn't really matter. Now, write out as many uses as you can think of for that object. Chances are, if you're about average, you can think of around 20 uses. And even if you generate 20, you'll probably find that they fall into about 7 plus or minus 2 chunks of similar uses, or things that are really close to one another. You see, even when being creative, your brain is constrained by the ways you've traditionally used it. But what if I told you that oftentimes children can think of 40 or more uses for any given object, with dozens of completely different chunks? They're able to think extremely creatively, describing the pen as a jousting sword for a mouse, or a balance beam for a miniature gymnast, or a flagpole for a colony of ants, and many more things that you and I probably wouldn't have thought of. The beauty is that within a few sessions of practicing this exercise for just a few short minutes, you can actually kickstart your creativity and get it back up to those higher levels. Very quickly, and with a little bit of practice, you'll realize that you can approach the objects or anything from different perspectives. Where most adults get stuck is that they don't realize you can change the object and still use it. You can break the pen, take the ink, and turn it into war paint. You can take the spring out and use it to protect your iPhone cable. But you can go much further, thinking about things that are completely unrelated to the object, things you may like or dislike. Now, think again about the object and see how it could relate to that scenario. Using the example of a pen, I could think about how much I enjoy flying a drone and then consider that the pen could be used to decorate the drone or to put a little flag on the ground where the drone takes off. You get the idea. By going from the perspective back to the object, you unlock a whole new layer of potential uses that most adults don't even consider. All of this practice will greatly help you when you have to think of novel images to represent abstract intellectual concepts like evolution. We're also training your visualization skills, which, as you've probably guessed, are going to be absolutely critical in the coming weeks. In the PDF syllabus, you'll find a couple articles with exercises and strategies to improve your creativity. I hate to sound like a broken record, but it is up to you as a self-directed adult learner to decide if this is something that you need to invest your time in. Previously, we talked about how images in general are some of the most memorable pieces of information for our minds. Now, there are different types of images, of course, and different types will be more effective for different types of people. In the next section, we'll work on improving the types of images we imagine, and more specifically their quality. So don't worry if you don't understand this stuff just yet. For now though, let's do a really quick test to determine what types of images are most natural for you to imagine. We're going to determine if you naturally gravitate towards a stereotypical image, a personal image, a fictional image, or a graphical image. From there, we know what types of images you should be imagining and which ones will be most effective for you as we move throughout the course. So, I want you to imagine a coffee cup. You can close your eyes if you want or keep them open, but imagine that coffee cup as vividly as possible. What is the design of the coffee cup? How tall is it? How full? Now, what type of image did you choose? Is it a stereotypical coffee cup that you might have seen in a catalog? Is it one that you just made up? Is it a coffee cup that maybe you remember from a previous experience? Or maybe it's actually a drawing of a coffee cup. Now take note of this because this is most likely your ideal style of image. Of course, if you can choose a coffee cup that already has those neural links, such as the one your mother used to sip from when she made you breakfast, that's the best. It'll allow you to link new information about coffee and coffee cups in general to those pre-existing, deeply encoded memories. As you no doubt remember, connecting new information to existing, strong, and interconnected neural networks is probably the best way to guarantee that the hippocampi will start paying attention. Sometimes you'll get personal images and sometimes not. Sometimes you'll have the same image for a concept and sometimes it'll be a randomly generated one. When I picture a coffee cup, it's sometimes red and sometimes yellow, but it's never a coffee cup that I've actually seen in the past. It's just a random imaginary image of a coffee cup with slightly rounded edges and a white brim. Ultimately, you have to learn to go with what images come naturally for you. Try to lean towards whatever type of image you find most conducive for you to remember, but just make sure that number one, there is as much detail as possible. You're not just picturing some vague image of a coffee cup, but a red coffee cup, about half full, with a little handle and a textured finish. How sharp are the angles? What shade is the color? With time and practice, you're going to learn not just how to generate these images extremely quickly to represent anything you want to learn, but also to link them to other pieces of information. You'll also probably develop fixed markers for subjects that you spend a lot of time reading about. I, for example, always visualize the same image from a particularly memorable lunch I had with a friend at Facebook headquarters every single time I read about an article with Facebook as a company in it. With time, you too will build up a visual library like this one, which will make calling up images much faster and make it much easier to link together strings of images to form complex concepts that easily convert into long-term memories. Don't worry, we'll be there before you know it. Since so much of what we learn today comes from books and other forms of written materials, you're probably wondering how we're going to apply the visual memory techniques we've been learning to reading. This is a great question, and it's one of the biggest areas of confusion for most students. After all, it's extremely difficult, maybe even impossible, to generate visual markers while your brain's visual processing power is focused on reading and looking at the symbols on the page. This lecture will explain how it all works. If it's confusing at first, don't worry, because there are plenty of demonstrations and additional lectures on this process coming up soon. One of those future lectures will come up when we get to speed reading, and it'll explain in detail how you'll use regular intervals of pauses during your reading. This is not just because speed reading is very exhausting for the eyes and for the brain, but also because these pauses allow us to optimize the process of learning. Think of this as a sort of Adam Smith division of labor type thing if you've studied economics, or if you've read Tim Ferriss's work, it's what he calls batching-like tasks. It's a very well-known productivity and efficiency trick used in factories and companies all over the world, and we're just applying it to reading. You see, just like there are at least 3 types of memory, there are also 3 stages or processes of memory. They are encoding, storage, and retrieval. Where most people get into trouble is that they try to do all 3 at once. Have you ever read a paragraph or a page of text only to realize that you've been deeply immersed in thought and you haven't actually paid attention to anything that you just read? This is what happens when you're trying to do all 3 memory processes at once. On the other hand, if you've ever studied process operations management or economics, you know that grouping similar tasks together is an efficient way to minimize waste. I mean, you don't wash one shirt at a time and then put it in the dryer all by itself. You wash all of your clothes together, put them all in the dryer together, and then fold them when they're all done, right? With reading, you've been doing it one shirt at a time, trying to multitask the washing and drying and folding for each shirt. It's just as inefficient as it sounds, and so we're going to separate it out into 3 separate processes to reduce cognitive strain and improve overall efficiency. Now I know what you're thinking. How exactly do we do that? Well, because of the limitations on your short-term memory and the inherent difficulty in multitasking visualization with reading, you'll be learning how to make short pauses of about 1 to 2 seconds after each page, or even take micro pauses of just fractions of a second after reading information-dense paragraphs. You'll also take longer pauses every 10 minutes or less to review what you've already hopefully put into the beginning stages of long-term memory. As we're going to discover when we learn about spaced repetition software, your brain needs to periodically repeat and review information in increasingly long intervals in order to remember it and prove to the hippocampi that it's relevant and worth remembering. This is similar to the idea that you must continue weight training to improve your strength and increase muscle mass. If your brain, like your body, thinks that the information you're using is a one-off occurrence, it won't waste the time investing the resources to remember it. In short, this is why we take small pauses after each page and much longer pauses of 15 to 30 seconds after each chapter to play back and retrieve our stored markers and perform a form of spaced repetition to improve our long-term retention. This also means that it's not a bad idea to spend a few minutes a week reviewing markers and ideas from books you've read months or even years before if you really wish to remember them. Don't worry, we're going to go into a procedure and a habit for all of that stuff later on in the course. But for now, you need only to be aware of this process and how it works. Before we can get into any of this, we need to master the concept of markers, or the quick visual associations that we've been learning about up until now. While we're discussing images and visual markers, it's worth noting that not all markers have to be visual. In fact, smell is actually a more memorable sense than vision. Of course, we can't understand an entire book using our sense of smell alone, and so we're focusing on images. But if you read about, say, chocolate and you can conjure up the smell or the taste of chocolate, that's actually a great marker for remembering that data point. And if it works for you, even better. Whatever types of markers we use, whether they're visual or sensory or some other types that we have yet to learn about, it'll almost certainly be a mix in the end. This mix of markers, when retrieved and reviewed, reminds us of the details that we've decided we need to remember. And when combined with our existing knowledge and opinions and ideas about the content, it allows us to dual code and store information into long-term memory very quickly and very effectively. So instead of reading back over the chapter, we can retrieve all of the markers we've created and start thinking about how they're connected together logically. We play them back almost like a film strip in our minds, and that helps our retrieval. It also, as an added benefit, serves as little landmarks throughout the page, which, if we need an extraordinarily detailed level of information, like exact dates, we can actually go back because we have our landmarks of markers and they tell us exactly where we need to find that information. In time, we'll be learning to sight read, which will take visual information in the form of words and symbols and convert them much more quickly and efficiently into sets of markers that relate to one another and form a cohesive picture. We're getting there, but for now, just be patient and keep working hard on your foundational memory skills like markers and chunking.
Now that we have an understanding of how visualization can be helpful during reading, let's see how it actually works. In this lecture, I'm going to go ahead and read at a very slow pace and describe the kinds of visualizations that I generate and try to describe them in vivid detail. And then I'll be mapping them and I'll try to find Google images that somewhat come close to the markers or visual images that come to mind from me. Now, if this lecture is a bit overwhelming, don't worry. I'm going to explain how and why I chose the visualizations that I did in the upcoming lectures, and then we'll return to some practical examples and demonstrations. This lecture is merely here to provide a demonstration that we can later deconstruct together in the coming lectures. So for this demonstration, I'm going to use a Wikipedia article on the Garden City movement. Now, typically Wikipedia articles are very dense, so this example is a pretty rigorous and challenging one, and it'll give us lots of opportunities to generate markers in a very short amount of text. So the first thing that I notice, obviously, is Garden City movement, okay? Now, I happen to live in a garden city of Tel Aviv, so I picture Rothschild Boulevard, which is a very green area, and I'm
picturing a specific block and in front of a specific restaurant that I know, where the trees are particularly vivid and green and full of life. The next thing that I'm going to notice, obviously 1898. It's actually tough for me to come up with a marker for that, so I don't particularly come up with one. The next thing I'm going to notice, you see these camel case and this link, I notice Ebenezer Howard. Now, Ebenezer is a pretty rare name. I only have one neural node for that name, and it's Ebenezer Scrooge, so I come up with an image of him. I'm picturing an actual image in my mind of Ebenezer Scrooge, which is familiar to me. You may picture the version of Scrooge that was in the cartoons you watched as a kid. Next, I notice United Kingdom. I actually don't come up with a flag of the United Kingdom here because sometimes for me it's confusing with the other flags of the Commonwealth, which all have that Union Jack symbol on them. Instead, I actually come up with a map of England specifically, but kind of an entire map of the United Kingdom. It looks like this. Next up, I see green belts. That's pretty easy. I come up with a green leather belt. And particularly, I see it on a pair of blue jeans, but a green belt is a good marker in general. Let's move on to the next paragraph. I notice immediately the word utopian. I immediately see a white marble city square with a big round fountain in the middle. I see this in very vivid detail. I don't really have anything for looking backward, but I kind of picture a guy in a top hat who's looking over his shoulder. Now I notice Henry George, okay? By connecting to existing knowledge, I realize that those both happen to be the names of British kings. And this works really well for us because it will remind us that Ebenezer Howard was British. And so I imagine an image of King George during the king's speech. I'm imagining, by the way, the father, not the son. Now moving on, for progress and poverty, I actually see children during the Great Depression, and they're standing in line. Now let's keep reading. Garden cities of tomorrow. Okay, so I already have a marker for the garden city, and so that comes up again. Now if we keep going, I have 1902. I happen to know that there was actually a World's Fair that was supposed to happen in New York, but that was canceled. So I'm envisioning that a canceled World Fair would probably look like people rolling machinery and equipment back into a warehouse looking disappointed. Now, 32,000. That's kind of a strange number. Oddly enough, the first thing that comes to mind for me is that it's roughly 32 gigabytes. And I actually picture an iPhone 3GS because that's a product that comes in a variant of 32 gigabytes. For 6,000, nothing particularly comes to mind very quickly. All right, let's see. 6 radial boulevards. Okay, that's interesting. I actually picture a hub and spoke, kind of like a wagon wheel, though the one that I'm picturing has only 6 spokes. And radial is the word that I want to remember here. Now, for boulevards, I picture the planned community where I purchased my first home, which was called Boulevard. What else do we have here? What else do we have here? It's worth noting, by the way, that we have these images on the side, and these can actually serve as really, really great markers as well, not to get distracted. We have a cluster of several garden cities as satellites. Okay, that's an important point. Now, for satellites, I actually picture a giant space telescope, the Hubble Space Telescope. It's probably a kind of strange example, but you might think of a communication satellite more readily. I have a very vivid image already in my memory of what that satellite looks like, so that's easy for me to come up with, and I just jump to it right away. Okay, let's jump into early development. Howard's Tomorrow, A Peaceful Path to Real Reform. Okay, Peaceful Path. I want to remember that because that's the title of his book. Well, I actually picture here an Israeli and Palestinian flag. It's kind of my personal marker for reform and peace because it's a highly emotionally poignant point to me. But you might picture an olive branch. Now, another one of his books, this is an important detail. Okay, Garden Cities of Tomorrow. Again, that same marker of jumping back to Rothschild Boulevard, but here I immediately, after this, jump to overcrowding and deterioration. Okay, overcrowding, that's important. I actually see a huge square of people pushing and shoving, and it's just complete chaos. Now, let's keep reading. I hope you're reading along with me. Working class. Okay, that's important. The first thing that comes to me here is actually someone in very dirty overalls. One of the straps of the overalls is kind of let loose, and it's like the overalls are kind of hanging off of his body, and I can literally see the dirt under his fingernails. Maybe he's a coal miner. I can actually see his particular hairstyle. It's kind of like someone out of the movie Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? So again, this is a very detailed image that comes to me. You'll notice, by the way, that sometimes I skip over particular words or concepts like 6,000. I couldn't come up with something very quick for that, and so I just chose to make a marker for 32,000 instead. You'll also notice that I took very particular details. They're not generic or fuzzy images. So now I have Henry George in my memory. I have 32,000 in my memory. I have overcrowding in my memory. And all the other markers are there too. So now I just need to play back these detailed images, and what that's going to do is give me an overall picture of what was happening during the time that the Garden City movement was promoted. I now can deduct from the details to know that it was a response to overcrowding, it was a response to criticism from the working classes, and it was a response to the criticism that cities were becoming too overcrowded. Okay? I also know from my marker of 1902 and my marker of Ebenezer, I know who was doing the promoting and what was really bringing this movement to life, and also where it was happening. Okay? I even know the basic principles of how garden cities are designed just by reviewing my markers. Now, let's deconstruct this demonstration and see just how it works. Just like I mentioned before, this might be a bit overwhelming just because it's a little bit advanced, and Wikipedia articles, like I said, are way more dense than the typical stuff that you'll be reading. It's kind of like watching a gymnastics teacher do a backflip before explaining to you how he did it. So if you have seen how visualization works, that's great. We're going to deconstruct it and explain each component of it in detail in the coming lectures, and it'll be a lot less overwhelming when you do it with less dense materials than this Wikipedia article.
Okay, you probably have a lot of questions and are wondering how you're going to learn how to do what you just saw. After all, what I just demonstrated is a little bit more advanced than where we are today. So let's deconstruct it and see how it works. As you've likely figured out by now, markers are really at the heart of the entire superlearning methodology. And for this reason, we will spend a good amount of time understanding and practicing them in a very, very nitty-gritty, detailed sort of way. So what makes a good, high-quality, memorable marker that can be easily linked and stored in our long-term memory? Why did I choose the specific images I did in the demonstration video, and why did I visualize them the way that I did? Well, first and foremost, markers represent a concept or an idea. Not a generic, fluffy concept idea, but rather a very specific picture that articulates a concrete concept, one that can be easily retrieved from memory. For example, you wouldn't create just one marker for an entire paragraph because there are likely 2 or 3, or even more clusters of important words or points in the paragraph that each deserve a marker. For this reason, rather than summarizing an entire paragraph with just one marker, you would do better to encode each of the significant ideas of the paragraph and let all those details together add up to one summarizing marker. For example, I had the Garden City, Ebenezer Howard, the United Kingdom, and more. Now, the more detailed and specific, the better. Over time, of course, you won't remember all of these markers, and that's okay because your brain will merge all of the ideas and details into overall summaries of the key major ideas. But encoding a high level of detail as you go along allows you to maintain a high level of comprehension, and it's important for spaced repetition as you go through the reading material later on and review what you're learning. The next important criteria is that our markers are imbued with rich details. They're not foggy or generic mental images. This means that rather than picturing a generic grumpy old man, I pictured a very specific and detailed image of Ebenezer Scrooge. I can tell you what color his hat is and what expression he's making in the photo. We do all this in as much detail as we possibly can. And if the details are given in the text, this will be very easy, and it'll help you remember specific and particular details as you read them. However, even if descriptive details are not given, you should create your own because this mental process will make the images much more memorable. Now, it's important to emphasize that just because we have a high level of detail doesn't mean that we are spending a long time creating each marker. As we demonstrated earlier on, our brains can picture or recognize highly detailed images in fractions of a second, and the research supports this. So when I say that I'm picturing a very detailed image, it doesn't actually mean that it should take any longer. It just means I'm making sure that the images that pop up have a level of detail. That means that they are either specific images from memory or images that we can describe with a high level of vivid detail. The third important criteria of each marker is that it can be easily connected to other markers that come with it. We'll cover that in more detail later, but for now, it's important that you understand that by using these highly detailed markers, we are able to remember more details with fewer memory points, a sort of chunking or compression of memory information, because each detail encodes some information. An example of this is that my marker for Henry George happened to be a British historical figure, and my marker for Garden Cities was Rothschild Boulevard, a green boulevard in a real garden city. By selecting markers this way, we create stronger linkages or neural networks between each one of our memory points, as they're all tied together and represented by the details of the markers themselves. I want to point out that remembering the details as opposed to the overall concept is a very important point, because if we go from the micro-level details or concepts, Henry George, poverty, radial spokes, or the UK, back to the original concept, we have no problem remembering the overarching ideas and concepts of the Garden City. But if I tell you the original concept, for example, Garden City, you might forget the details. Furthermore, when you're reading, you are immersed deep in the nitty-gritty details of the text, and so you have no way of creating a big, summarizing, overarching marker that describes the entire concept. Doing so would be like creating a map of the entire forest while standing in front of one tree. So instead, we focus on memorizing those individual ideas and concepts, and we can reverse engineer the overall concept and meaning and context from them. Over time, as you go back and review the prior pages of the book, more on that later, your brain will create linkages and start to connect one specific visualization with the entire overarching idea that it represents. In fact, when I interviewed Swedish memory champion Mattias Ribbing, he explained to me that whenever he gives a public lecture, he is able to memorize the entire newspaper for that day and recite it back to astounded audiences. How does he do it? Well, while Mattias is reading, of course, he is creating tons of detailed mental markers about the different ideas and characters in the news articles. But when it comes time to actually memorize the article, he chooses one particularly representative marker that adequately summarizes the entire article's ideas, and then he memorizes that to a sufficient level of detail that will allow him to recite back the contents of the article. This is a bit confusing, so let's go ahead and explore a very specific example that I love to use. This example comes from Benjamin Franklin's autobiography, one of the most entertaining books that I've read in the last 5 years. In my mind, I have a marker of Benjamin Franklin running up and down the street with a wheelbarrow full of paper. This marker comes from a very specific story he tells of ingenuity in marketing, an early form of guerrilla marketing, which he used to convince people that his business was thriving and in doing so, attract customers. Years after reading the book, I have forgotten many of the surrounding detailed markers. For example, I don't remember how many times per day he ran up and down the street or what year he did it in, but I remember the overall detailed image and what it represents to me. As you'll notice, this marker represents a very specific, concrete, and easy to visualize detail of the overall idea. The idea that Benjamin Franklin owned a printing press in the early days of Philadelphia. Business was slow. He needed to figure out a way to speed up business in a time where people weren't really printing a lot and didn't have a need to print their own texts. Now, he understood that if people saw other people were ordering printed products, then they too would start seeing it as a necessary part of their own businesses, and so on and so on and so on. But all of those things are pretty hard to visualize, and so I chose to visualize a simple yet highly memorable story that perfectly encapsulates what I chose to remember. Do you see how my marker is one specific, detailed visualization that represents the whole situation? I see the wheelbarrow. I see Benjamin Franklin in his round glasses, the mud on his boots as he runs through the unpaved streets. But this highly detailed marker is, in fact, representing a broader concept. Now, here's another strikingly similar example. In the best-selling book, What the Dog Saw, Malcolm Gladwell tells the story of a salesman selling a kitchen contraption on the boardwalk for 40 years. Though I read the book around 5 years ago, and I haven't been as good at reviewing as I should be, I still remember the detailed visualization of the salesman demonstrating his product with a pineapple tantalizingly placed on his stand. Years later, the detail that I remember is not the exact nature of the contraption or how much he even sold it for. The image I remember is the uncut pineapple, which in my mind has become the representation of the overarching idea in this story. Keep your audience wanting more. Make sense? This leads me to the fourth critical aspect of a good marker, and it probably won't come as any surprise. Good markers can be easily and quickly converted to images. Of course, you have to be able to easily and quickly convert it into an image. With time, as you become more creative, you'll be able to convert just about any thought or idea into some kind of an image. In the beginning, however, there are definitely some concepts that are easier to generate markers for than others. For example, if I read a paragraph that discussed the relationship of DNA to the study of genetics, which one do you think would make for a better marker? You'll probably agree that we can quickly convert the idea of DNA into an image of a double helix. Genetics, however, is a much harder concept to visualize, and so we should probably go with a double helix. The fifth important point to consider when creating markers is the differentiation between problems and solutions. If the paragraph you're reading presents both a problem and a solution, or a conflict and a resolution, it's always better to prioritize the solution or resolution, not the question. You'll note that I placed an emphasis on radial boulevards, green belts, and 32,000. Why is this, you ask? Well, just like we choose to remember details before broad ideas, you can generally backtrack your way to the problem, in this case overcrowding, from the solution very easily. Oftentimes, the question is found in the answer, so to speak. Think back to my example with Benjamin Franklin. If I remember that Benjamin Franklin had to run up and down the street with a wheelbarrow to generate business, it's easy to remember the problem. Nobody was ordering printed materials in colonial Philadelphia. But if I remember the problem, it's much easier to forget the solution. The sixth and last element of a good marker is that it connects to existing knowledge whenever possible. Just like I connected to my knowledge about British kings, internet memes, and the city that I live in. Now, of course, much of what you learn will hopefully be new information, and so this won't be easy. However, it is reasonable to assume that a lot of the knowledge that you're trying to acquire is closely related to existing knowledge in even the most loose or tenuous way. You may not know a lot about Napoleon, but you probably have seen a portrait of him with his hand tucked in his jacket, and even the minimal connection provided by using that image as a marker is enough to make the information just a bit more relevant to your hippocampi. And you've almost certainly seen a $100 bill, so you know exactly what Benjamin Franklin looked like. This, by the way, is why sensory markers like the taste of chocolate are so effective. You've probably tasted chocolate thousands of times, and your brain knows by now that anything related to chocolate must be important. So there are these 6 things to keep in mind as you become better at creating markers. As we mentioned, you should try to create a marker for every single detail that seems to be important. For example, people, dates, formulas, and events. This works out to be around 10 to 15 markers per page. Now, you won't always create that many, and over time, you certainly won't always remember them all, but that's not a big deal. Your goal as a super learner isn't to remember every single little detail in a book. It's to remember the information that you deem important and relevant. And that means big ideas, life lessons, and storylines. In a sense, you want to create markers for 100% of important details so that if and when your brain forgets the 80% of details that are mere setup and explanation, you will still have markers for the 20% or less of details that are crucial for understanding. This 20% will become your anchor for remembering the overall thoughts and ideas in the books and articles you read, and so you want to make sure they are high quality. Later on, you'll be learning a tool for deliberately planning exactly what it is you want to learn from each piece of text you wish to read, which will help you extract the important markers that you want to memorize and remember them indefinitely. For now, remember that it's better to be mindful and create all of these markers for significant details you wish to remember. This way, when, and yes, it's when, not if, you forget some of your less important markers, you can reverse engineer them if necessary. Like I demonstrated with the Benjamin Franklin example, assuming we've encoded in enough detailed information. Essentially, we're using the bottom-up method of remembering rather than the more common top-down method. All this is going to take time, and you're going to have to practice for a long time to create high-quality markers quickly. You'll know your markers are improving when you're able to summarize and deduce the entire meaning of a concept or story simply by recalling the list of markers that you have. Now, that was quite a bit to take in, and so let's review what we've learned about high-quality markers. First and foremost, high-quality markers represent specific ideas or concepts that can be easily understood. Next, high-quality markers are themselves imbued with rich detail such as colors, textures, and so on. Third, high-quality markers are clearly and logically interconnected to one another. Fourth, high-quality markers emphasize outcomes or resolutions, not questions or initial conflicts. Fifth, high-quality markers come in volume. At this stage, the more the merrier. And finally, markers draw upon existing memories whenever possible. Great! Now you understand how choosing good and detailed markers will allow you to reverse engineer a much greater overall understanding and recall of any text. In the course syllabus, you're going to start finding games and exercises that you'll do every day as homework. These exercises will give you a few images and then swarm them in a bunch of other images and ask you to remember which ones were the original images. Try doing this without markers or detail, and then try encoding each of these images into a story or visualization. If there's an image of a rabbit, think of a childhood friend who had a rabbit and picture playing with that rabbit. Now try again and see how much more effective you are when you carefully dual encode details and existing memories. Most importantly, I want to say this. Don't stress out about creating the absolute perfect markers. There is no such thing.
The perfect marker for you is the marker that's going to be easy to create and easy to remember. Simply transitioning your learning and memory process from a strictly auditory to a visual one is going to give you a quantum leap in how well you're able to memorize the things you learn. So what if your markers aren't 100% perfect, or you aren't sure if you created a marker for the right thing in the text? Continue practicing and pay special attention to which markers you are able to successfully remember. Over time, you will adapt and improve your technique, finding something that works for you individually. And like we've said time and time again, the most successful students are not those who follow my instructions to the letter, but rather those who take them as a starting point for adapting and modifying the techniques to fit their own workflow and learning style. So pay special attention to what's working for you and what isn't. So long as you're creating visual markers for key details and concepts, you are doing just fine.
When we read, a lot of the information we need to remember is, of course, the relationships between different data points, such as places, people, things, forces, groups, and so much more. Now, you might be asking yourself, can we really represent these relationships between each and every piece of information using creative visual markers alone? Well, no. In fact, the truth is that a huge number of our markers will actually be logical markers. These logical visual markers follow convergent thinking, meaning that they condense and put things together. The truth is, though, that logical markers are often so trivial that we don't even notice we're making them. They may be something as simple as a negative emotion of anger between Austria-Hungary and Serbia, or as complex as a schematic or diagram that explains all the interactions between all the different warring nations. Examples of logical markers can include emotions such as excitement, anger, or confusion, symbols such as question marks or exclamation points, arrows, X's, circles, and check marks, and even diagrams, schematics, or flowcharts. Which logical markers you use is going to be highly dependent on the type of person you are, how you learn, and what parts of the brain you favor, and so much more. Personally, I would never use a schematic or diagram as a marker, but Lev finds this technique highly, highly useful, and research supports the fact that logical markers, or interactions between markers, can actually be among the most effective markers of all. Personally, I rarely use arrows or other logical markers, but I do subconsciously use a lot of emotional markers to reflect the interactions between my visual markers, and in a way, these are also a form of logical markers. So, since some of these markers are not as visual and are often subconscious, how do we verify that they're strong enough or that we're making any at all? Well, when you start out, you can run the following diagnostic test to see how your logical markers are progressing. First, you can ask yourself, what is your opinion regarding this new find? Is it expected or surprising? Is it well proven or controversial? If you're able to generate an opinion, you likely have a strong enough logical marker to demonstrate that you've stored the logical connections behind the information. Another great diagnostic is to ask whether or not the marker creates further links for the same reasons. Logical markers are highly personal, and so it's primarily important just to be aware of what works best for you. From there, you can develop your own unique mix of logical markers to complement your creative visual markers, or vice versa. As our friend Malcolm Knowles would happily remind us if he were here, your success really depends on you using your skills and finding that they're useful in your daily life. If you don't believe that these skills are useful, you won't put in the effort, and ultimately, you won't get very far at all. And so, it's only fitting that your homework is to try these new skills out with, well, just about anything. For example, next time a friend tells you a story, or you walk into the other room to grab something, try creating some markers and seeing how much more you can remember. This is a really cool way to avoid walking into the kitchen and forgetting what you went in there for. Another cool thing is to try to use markers to remember the names of new people you meet. Now, we'll cover that in much more detail in the advanced topics, but you can already start imagining and inventing ways to adapt the method to scenarios like this and much, much more. For example, before you pick up the phone, try creating a marker of what you were doing before the interruption. It'll be extremely easy to remember what you were doing and go back to your workflow if you have that detailed marker. Eventually, I want you to create an automatic habit or reflex that anytime you're distracted or anytime you want to come back to a topic during conversation or anytime you're embarking on a new task, you create a marker. You wouldn't close a book without reflexively putting in a bookmark, would you? This is the same principle. I want you to create markers as bookmarks to remind you of what you are doing. The same goes for anytime you come across a new piece of information you wish to recall. From remembering to call your friend back to what street you need to turn on, you can create markers for anything and everything. Now, the more you do this, the faster and more natural it's going to become, and that is going to make a huge difference. The beauty is that by having you practice markers before giving you all of the tricks and tips for adapting it to different scenarios like names, numbers, and formulas, we're also training your creativity and marker generation skills, which overall will make you much better at creating markers in the long run, even after you know all the different strategies for application. We haven't gotten to speed reading just yet either, but if you can get really, really effective at speedily crafting these high quality markers, it's going to be much faster and much easier to improve your attention when we do get to the speed reading portion of the course. So check out the PDF syllabus, do that assigned homework, and make sure that you're learning how to create those high quality markers. So now that you understand the basics of creating markers and you've practiced it a little bit in your daily life, it's important to learn more specifically how you should work with them. In the previous demonstration on the Garden City movement, we didn't discuss much about how you should actually link your markers together. We've since explained that you should be able to describe the ways that they're connected using logical markers, creating a distinct relationship between them, and also that you should be able to play them back like a film strip. But let's take it a bit further. As we've learned, creating relationships and dense linkages between data points is going to make them more memorable to the hippocampi. And so it's important that we really learn how we can link our markers together more completely for long-term storage. As we mentioned earlier, markers and their sub-marker details usually come in chunks, whether by paragraphs in a piece of text or by the logic that connects them together. This means that sometimes you might not chunk the details in order. For example, if a topic is discussed at length, you may take the final detail which answers the question and chunk it together with some of the information given at the outset of the page or chapter. Now that you've practiced chunking, you'll be able to easily see how you can group markers together by different possible logical chunks. Let's illustrate this with a particularly tricky example, the grocery store. Suppose you need to go to the local store and buy 20 random items. By now, you know well enough that you need to create 20 markers, one for each of these important items. But how do you link those items together to ensure that none of them are that single unconnected memory that drifts off into the sea of your mind? Well, if you're lucky, they're all going to be used into one meal, and you can chunk them either by the side dish or the entree that they'll be used in. But for the sake of demonstration, let's say that you're not lucky. Let's imagine that they're just items you need to buy for your weekly shopping, and none of them have any immediate logical relation to any of the others. Later on in the course, when we talk about memory palaces, we're going to explain how you can connect lots of completely random pieces of information, like a deck of cards or a random string of numbers, very quickly and effectively to a physical space or location you already have memorized. But for now, let's think about several other powerful strategies for remembering the 20 markers or items on your grocery list. In one example, you can divide or chunk the list items into departments: milk products, such as milk, cheese, and yogurt; meat products, 3 sorts of sausage, chicken breast and steak, and so on. This would be like a tree data structure, similar to how mind maps work if you're familiar with those. You could then try to visualize the packages you get at each department. Since each package is below 7 items, you should be able to recall the visual image per department with great detail. As we mentioned, this is a lot like a memory palace, but you don't have to worry about all that just yet. Alternatively, since this list doesn't have a story or logical flow the way a text you read generally would, you could build your own story and visualize a sort of animation of your mother milking a cow and preparing cheese from the milk, and then throwing in some jam to make yogurt instead, since your niece has a sweet tooth. Imagine that your niece is missing 3 teeth, which makes it difficult for her to bite off a chunk of sausage. Then your niece laughs, calls your mother a chicken breast, runs away, and falls. At the end of the story, your mother puts a frozen steak on the bump on her head. Now, this is a completely ridiculous story, but it's so ridiculous that you're not likely to forget it anytime soon. Of course, in general, we hope that the information you read will be interesting enough that the original logical structure of the text will be sufficient to link your markers together. So, you can imagine Ebenezer Howard looked like Ebenezer Scrooge and picture him designing his hub-and-spoke garden city on a piece of paper with a book by Henry George, who looks like King Henry from The King's Speech, on the cover, and that book is sitting on the table next to him. This is a specific chunk of markers which forms what we could call a compound marker. In another chunk, you can imagine him drawing out the diagram with blocks of 32,000 people by pretending he had a 32 gigabyte iPhone on the table with him, and essentially you're using your existing logical markers and connections to chunk all the markers together exactly as they appear in the text. Amazing, isn't it? But what if the content isn't logical or connected or interesting enough, even in a written text? If, for example, you were memorizing all the bones in the wrist, they may not seem to have such logical and neat relationships between the markers that you might hope for. For convenience sake, let's imagine that everything we now know about garden cities is just a random series of facts. How could you package all of our different markers? Well, if we were forced to connect all of these existing markers without the logic of the text, we might get something like this. Ebenezer Scrooge and King Henry VIII riding in an overcrowded carriage with radial wheels through King George's Green Garden on the way to their 1902 World's Fair. Now that one image contains 7 markers from the last lecture, all chunked together in an easy-to-remember story. You see, all we have to remember is this one compound package of markers, and we remember 7 very specific details about the Garden City movement. Again, we do hope that you'll be able to use the logical markers and inherent connections between your markers to chunk them together into compound markers and link them into a logical flow. But, as you can see, any set of markers can be chunked and linked with enough creativity. Whichever way you do it, by linking these markers in a quick and dirty way into a vivid, memorable story or a set of chunked compound markers in the first example, you've been able to recall many more markers than you would if you had just made a simple list. Eventually, you should be able to use the different methods of remembering different kinds of information depending on how well it's logically connected in the text. As a rule, your list should be chunked at around 4 to 7 objects just to be on the safe side, but you can always have subchunks or details within the markers that contain 3 to 4 more pieces of information per marker, if the information is particularly dense. As an example of this, a submarker detail might be picturing Ebenezer Scrooge with a green belt, if we determined that that particular detail was relevant. Again, we'll go into more detail about this later, but keep in mind that almost every text we read is organized in a similar structure by the internal logic of the text. The text is divided into sections. A section is divided into paragraphs and chapters. Paragraphs are divided into sentences, and so on. For this reason, it's important that you never try to memorize or link a marker outside of its context if you're using this hierarchical structure. The marker should be remembered within a package or a story interconnected to the other markers in a specific and logical area of the text. This is a bit overwhelming, I know, but bear with me. When you try to remember a list, you should visualize the first and the last item in the list in more detail than the other markers. I bet you already know why. That's right, because this will allow you to reverse engineer any details that you happen to forget. Furthermore, you'll be able to recreate the story both from the beginning and from the end. It's a good idea to practice doing this, actually. Don't spend too much time imagining your middle markers, as long as you have a unique mental animation to connect these markers to the markers before and after, like my image of Ebenezer Scrooge sketching with the book on his table. When you visualize such a package marker, the whole package appears as one marker, one compound marker, with each item within the package as a detail or a detail marker. So our overall marker, and you'll have to imagine this because there's no way I could find it on the stock image website, could be Ebenezer Howard's study where he worked on designing the Garden City, whereas a detail would be the book by Henry George on the table, the radial drawing on his desk, and an overcrowded and poor crowd outside his window or by the green belt on his waist. By the way, take note of that logical marker I've created by putting Henry George's book on the table. That logical marker actually shows that Ebenezer Howard was inspired by his work. Pretty cool, right? When making package markers, try to avoid inserting information that was not originally in the text, because these techniques are powerful and you'll likely remember that information as well. So it probably wasn't a great idea to add that carriage to my earlier example unless I'm sure that I won't forget that the radial wheels are actually what matters. We really want to make the recall process as simple and non-ambiguous as possible. It's important that you experiment with the different ways of chunking and packaging markers and different levels of ridiculous markers to determine what's a good fit for you. These tricks of linking and chunking markers will make huge improvements to your ability to retain the markers long term. However, for material that you need to memorize with near 100% efficiency, you can refer to the advanced lecture on memory palaces towards the end of the course.
So now we understand how we can link up the markers of new information. We haven't gotten to speed reading yet, but already we've greatly improved our comprehension and retention of the information that we read. For now, I don't want you to worry about doing all of this great stuff while you actually read. Instead, I want you to read and understand the information as you normally would, and then take a break when you reach the end of an idea to think about the markers you would choose and how you would link them. We'll dive more into the process flow and timing of marker creation when we dive into speed reading. Now, in the advanced sections of the course and in the exclusive masterclass lectures, we're going to show you some very specific and concrete techniques that you can use in order to apply the concept of markers to anything you might want to learn in or out of a book. In fact, in the next lecture, we're going to put it all together and learn how to link markers from information that we've read. But for now, we want to give you some examples and demonstrations in this lecture to show you how to create and link markers using the marker technique, and to demonstrate how the marker technique can be used for anything you learn, from facts to geography to people's names and so much more. These examples should help you see the types of markers we hope you'll be making as you begin to practice and apply the technique. To make this fun and interesting, we've used Google's random fact generator to stir up some interesting tidbits of information. By the way, if you ever want to practice learning random stuff, I highly recommend trying out this awesome tool. So, have you ever wondered which country has the most borders? Well, neither have I. But now that I mention it, I bet you're curious. It turns out it's China with 14 bordering countries. Here's some different ways I could remember this. First, I could picture a map of the world, but picture China maybe as a 14-sided polygon. That's not so interesting, though. And how am I supposed to remember that it has 14 sides, not 7 sides? No, that won't work. But how about picturing a Chinese-looking emperor with a long, wispy Chinese mustache and goatee? That's an image that is already linked to China for me. Except instead of having normal proportions, our emperor has 7 arms on the left and 7 arms on the right, for a total of 14 arms. These arms are each pushing away a foreign country, symbolized by something that reminds me of that country. If I wanted to remember that the number is 7 per side, I could give the emperor a red outfit, which is a subtle detail to remind me that the number is lucky, because it connects to my existing knowledge of red being a lucky color in Chinese culture and 7 being my lucky number. Not a bad way to link up markers and existing knowledge, right? Now, if I wanted to then remember each of the 14 countries, I could create a sub-marker of each one and break them into chunks by region. There are a few ways to form these chunks depending on how I think of the different countries. I could chunk them together in all of the Stan countries like Pakistan, Afghanistan, Tajikistan. Likely my markers would either be the flag, if I can recognize the flag easily, or silly markers of someone I know named Stan doing activities like packing, knitting an Afghan, and so on. Stan Lee would be a great person to fit in here because he comes to mind immediately. I could make a nice big chunk out of the former Soviet states. I could chunk by places with a history of international military conflict, for example, Russia, Mongolia, Pakistan, India, and Vietnam. Any existing knowledge, no matter how politically incorrect, works. You can even create chunks based on the complexion of the average citizen. These markers are only for you, so it's okay to have inappropriate, silly, or offensive thoughts. In fact, it's encouraged. Someone from Bhutan might be offended that the only marker I could think of for his country was a boot. Someone from Vietnam might be offended that my marker for Vietnam is an assault rifle, but if I weren't standing here explaining it to you, they wouldn't really need to know about it. Still, my apologies if I've offended any of you. In any case, do notice how each detail itself becomes a sub-marker or a detail marker, which is carefully linked into the central marker of our Chinese emperor. Everything from the coat he's wearing to what his arms are doing is a linked marker. Remember this because pretty soon we're going to do this with the detail markers we've accumulated during reading, and pretty soon you'll be able to do it extremely quickly, even faster than I've done here. Okay, that was pretty fun. Let's try another random piece of information. Here's one that I've actually wondered before. How do fish get water out of oxygen? Well, first, here's the answer. Gills are feathery organs full of blood vessels. A fish breathes by taking water into its mouth and forcing it out through the gill passages. As water passes over the thin walls of the gills, dissolved oxygen makes it into the blood, travels to the fish's cells. Okay, cool. Come on, this one's easy, right? By now, I know you all pictured a silly-looking fish with bird's feathers for gills, right? Now, did you also picture a lot of blood vessels weaved into those feathers? Or how about an arrow or some other kind of logical marker going from the mouth through the gills? This is a nice example because it demonstrates how the details of the markers themselves become markers that represent significant pieces of information. All right, one more. Let's make it a little bit tougher. Google is giving us, oh boy, this is a tough one. What is Eric Blair's pen name? That's because when I read the question, it's really tough. I actually have no idea who the heck Eric Blair is. Fortunately, as I keep reading, I realize that, oh, he was George Orwell. This immediately generates some interest because even though I've read some of his works, I had no idea that George Orwell used a pen name. Now, You may or may not have read Orwell's famous book, 1984, but you almost certainly have some idea of what it's about. And even if you don't, you've probably seen the Apple ad from 1984 that makes fun of IBM by suggesting that they're just like Big Brother from Orwell's book. In that case, this is really easy. I picture all of those people marching towards the big screen, just like in the ad, except in the corner, there's someone huddled up, crying into a camcorder about how scary the whole scene is. That's right, you guessed it. I linked it to Blair Witch Project because that was the first and easiest visual association and image that I had with the name Blair. To make sure I know that the first name is Eric, the person holding the camera might be my cousin Eric or anyone else I know with that name. Suddenly, this is a pretty easy piece of information, even if I haven't read 1984, to connect to my existing knowledge. Now, did you see how I created an overall marker comprised of animated, action-packed submarkers, each representing a significant detail about the piece of information? Now that we've seen how all this works, let's try it out with a written test. This is the culmination of everything that we've learned, because now we're going to try it all out and put it all together with reading an actual text. So let me go ahead and read you a text that you've already read, just so the content is not distracting, because the focus here is on the markers and on the linking. So you've seen this already during your baseline reading speed and comprehension quiz. Now, as I read it, I'm actually going to show you the markers I create as I go along, and then I'll take brief pauses and explain them wherever necessary. So let's get started and try to follow along with me with the text. Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, members of the State and of the House of Representatives. Yesterday, December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy, the United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked by naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan. Okay, now inside this image that I've put up here, I add details to the markers that are going to give me, well, the details themselves are markers, but those details within are going to give me a better understanding. So the planes that are doing the bombing and the kamikaze planes, those are Japanese planes, and they actually have flags of Japan on them. And the boats actually have American flags. And if I wanted to encode the detail that it was December 7th, 1941, well, I could picture that some of the people on the boat were preparing for Christmas celebrations. They're wearing Santa hats, and it was supposed to be a lucky day, the lucky number 7, but instead it was not. Okay, let's continue reading. The United States was at peace with that nation and, at the solicitation of Japan, was still in conversation with its government and its emperor, looking toward the maintenance of peace in the Pacific. Okay, so here it's pretty quick to come up with a symbol for peace. I showed you earlier in the course that mine was the Israeli-Palestinian flag, but you can also come up with an olive branch, or in this case, I like just using the simple peace symbol, because I don't need to remember anything else except peace, and then I can overlay that onto a map of the Pacific. And that can it can show me that at that time there was peace in the Pacific. That's all I really need to know about all of that last sentence. All right, let's go back. Indeed, 1 hour after Japanese air squadrons had commenced bombing in the American island of Oahu, the Japanese ambassador to the United States and his colleague delivered to our Secretary of State a formal reply to a recent American message. And while this reply stated that it seemed useless to continue the existing diplomatic negotiations, it contained no threat or hint of war or of armed attack. Okay, there's a lot here. So, first off, I picture a message that's arriving to an army base. And it's already been bombed. The army base has already been blown up. And so everyone is sitting in a bunker, and they're reading the message, but it's too late. The people are shocked, and they're looking for some hint of war in the message, and they're not finding it, so they're scratching their heads. Now, This could be the main marker of this entire paragraph because that's really the most important point that's been made here, that there was a 1 hour delay. Otherwise, the people would still be on the deck, or if it was a longer delay, they wouldn't be. They still wouldn't be there waiting for messages. And it combines the logical cause effect of the bomb that drives people into the bunker to receive the message. So really, we can actually summarize almost this entire thing with the marker of the people in the bunker receiving the message. The only reason you maybe wouldn't want to is if you need to remember December 7th, but just from the people being in the bunker and being surprised, you already know that there was peace, because otherwise they wouldn't be surprised. If they were at war, they would have been in the bunker all day. Okay? So, it will be recorded that the distance of Hawaii from Japan makes it obvious that the attack was deliberately planned many days or even weeks ago. During the intervening time, the Japanese government has deliberately sought to deceive the United States by false statements and expressions of hope for continued peace. Okay, there are a couple things here that come up. First, pretty quick marker to come up with Hawaii-Japan distance. Really fast, really easy. During the intervening time, deliberately sought to deceive, well, you can picture someone with their fingers crossed behind their back. And those are really quick markers. Probably I would emphasize because of cause and effect. See, the distance means that the net effect is that they were deceiving. So I would probably remember the deception, the fingers crossed behind the back. The attack yesterday on the Hawaiian Islands has caused severe damage to American naval and military forces. I regret to tell you that very many American lives have been lost. In addition, American ships have been reported torpedoed on the high seas between San Francisco and Honolulu. Here, for lives lost, we can actually use the same marker. Our takeaway is probably going to be deception, but we can use the same marker that we used earlier of the bombings. Okay? This is, by the way, the outcome. It's the result of that deception. So even if we remember just that overall marker, that's still a really good marker. As we've said, cause and effect, you want to remember the outcome. Okay? Yesterday, the Japanese government also launched an attack against Malaya. Last night, Japanese forces attacked Hong Kong. Last night, Japanese forces attacked Guam. Last night, Japanese forces attacked the Philippine Islands. Last night, the Japanese attacked Wake Island. And this morning, the Japanese attacked Midway Island. Japan has therefore undertaken a surprise offensive extending throughout the Pacific area. All right. There's a lot of details here. It's unlikely that you would want to remember all of those details, but maybe you do. And again, because this is a speech, it's a little bit condensed, but what I would probably do is create a compound marker here. I would picture a map of Southeast Asia or of all of Asia, and then over each of these countries that he's mentioned, I would just create a little animation of a bombing. Okay, of a little explosion going up. And then when I pause after this paragraph and I review that marker, I have a little explosion over the Philippines, a little explosion over Malaysia. I have a little explosion over Hong Kong, over Guam. So that compound animated marker is going to remember or help me remember what each of the countries were that was bombed. Again, I'm not sure you would want to remember all of those, but you could if you wanted to using that marker. The facts of yesterday and today speak for themselves. The people of the United States have already formed their opinions and well understand the implications to the very life and safety of our nation. Okay, there's almost nothing in there that I would need to remember. As Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy, I've directed that all measures be taken in our defense. Okay, Commander-in-Chief, the first image I go to is an image that I already have in my mind, which is George Bush in a fighter pilot outfit. And this is because George Bush was Commander-in-Chief. For those of you who don't know, in the United States, the President is Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy in addition to his political roles. And George Bush was a very militarily active president. I mean, he put us in Iraq, he put us in Afghanistan, so he's my marker for a Commander-in-Chief, as you can imagine. Okay? But we will, our whole nation, remember the character of the onslaught against us. Okay? No matter how long it may take us to overcome this premeditated invasion, the American people, in their righteous might, will win through absolute victory. Again, there's not information here. These are statements, they're opinions, but this isn't stuff that I really need to remember so vividly. So no markers. I believe that I interpret the will of Congress and the people when I assert that we will not only defend ourselves to the uttermost, but we will make it very certain that this form of treachery shall never again endanger us. Hostilities exist. Okay, now that we'll defend ourselves to the uttermost, that's important. That probably tells a little bit about the position of the United States right now. They're being the defender, not the offender. I do want to remember that. So I come up with a marker of defense, and my marker, defending from an attack, as someone who lives in Israel, comes as the Iron Dome missile defense system, which shoots down rockets. So probably what I would do is I would picture one of those missile defense systems, which I've seen in person and which has defended, my neighborhood. I would picture it maybe in Oahu. I would maybe picture it next to the White House, shooting down rockets. And remember that is the marker for defense, and that in this position, the United States is in defense. Okay? There is no blinking at the fact that our people, our territory, and our interests are in grave danger. With confidence in our armed forces, with the unbounding determination of our people, we will gain the inevitable triumph. So help us, God. Okay, inevitable triumph. The first thing I came to was and pardon my pronunciation, the Arc de Triomphe in Paris. And that's a nice one because it also helps me remember military conflict, because one of the most vivid images I've ever seen of it is during the occupation of France, which was also during World War II, and I have an image of Hitler posing in front of it. So that's a nice linked marker. It links to the idea of triumph. It links to the idea of a nation being at threat. The US is right now at threat like France was at threat. It links to the idea of World War II. And it really just goes to show the sentiment of the Americans right now. I ask that the Congress declare that since the unprovoked and dastardly attack by Japan on Sunday, December 7th, 1941, again, we can review our first marker for dastardly attack on December 7th, a state of war has existed between the United States and the Japanese Empire. So now all we have to do is scroll through and review our markers, and we'll get a pretty clear story of what has happened, okay? So let's play the markers back and let's review what we've seen. Japan attacked. Okay, here's our marker. They did so during Peace in the Pacific. By the way, December 7th, 1941. We know that because people were getting ready for Christmas in that first marker. They did so during Peace in the Pacific. There was a delay in the message. The distance of the two countries shows pre-planning and deliberate deception by Japan. There was damage to American ships and American lives lost. Again, our first marker. They also attacked lots of other countries in Southeast Asia. We know that because of our animated marker here. As Commander-in-Chief, we will do whatever we need to defend ourselves. Okay, there's our marker for defense. Great. We will come out triumphant, even though our territories are at risk right now. We know that. Okay, great. But for now, we're at a state of war. Now, we didn't set a marker for state of war, but probably the marker that I would have done during state of war would have been actually, during state of war, we have to think that this is a state of war with an Asian country. So probably the marker that I would have come up with, if I hadn't been distracted, would have been the cover of the movie, or the poster of the movie Full Metal Jacket, because there's a scene when he's in Vietnam, and I know Japan is not in Vietnam, but a state of war during that movie where his helmet says, "War is hell." And I remember him talking about that helmet, and I remember him kind of being questioned by his commander. So that's my marker for state of war. Okay, so by reviewing all these markers and playing them back, we're able to essentially, really in seconds, I mean, it took a long time to explain that after the fact, but in seconds, you could review all of those markers and get so much vivid detail, and you see the interconnections between the markers. So a lot of our markers reference World War II. A lot of our markers reference that the commander-in-chief is a president. We have lucky December 7th and Christmas built into our core marker. And all of this stuff allows you to really understand and really play back and reinforce and review all the key concepts in this text without having to reread it. And that is the culmination of what we're trying to do with the Superlearner method and what we're trying to get to become natural and second nature.
Many people may think that becoming a superlearner means never having to write things down because you can rely on your memory to never forget anything. But nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, a big part of being a superlearner is, in fact, storing the information in intelligent ways that we can later review. From different methods of taking notes to mental exercises for reviewing the materials to software that can remind us what we've learned and so much more. This section is going to cover all of that, starting with the idea of spaced repetition. Over time, if we do not use information that we've learned, our brains do the most efficient thing possible, and they start to push it out of our memory. In fact, there's actually a chart that shows the drop-off of memory over time. This is something that Benny Lewis talks about in his TED Talk, which you may have watched in the supplementary materials. Using dual coding and logical markers, as well as learning connected information and linking our knowledge, we can reduce the forgetting curve and in some cases almost eliminate it. And of course, using new information is perhaps the best way to keep it well stored in our mind. Maintaining skills or knowledge requires constant work though, and fortunately, as long as we deepen our control of the skills and use these skills periodically, we will not forget the basics. The bottom line is that no matter how good of a job you did encoding your memories, eventually you will probably have to refresh the knowledge and keep it relevant for your brain. There are lots of different ways of doing this, such as telling your friends about it or disciplining yourself to review periodically, but one of the first and most powerful ways is to use a structured system. In the past, this was done with something called the Leitner system, which is a sophisticated but rather confusing way of organizing flashcards based on how difficult they are for you to recall and then bringing them back into rotation based on that. It takes a lot of manual work, and for that reason, it's not something that I recommend. Lucky for us, today there are applications like Anki that can actually learn how quickly you're forgetting information, and based on your rating of how difficult or easy something is, will remind you of the information at scheduled intervals that you're likely to forget it. With powerful software like this, you can easily make notes of pieces of information you wish to remember, such as the key points of a book, the bones in the human wrist, or anything else, and you can rely on Anki to keep you from forgetting it. You can make tens or hundreds of decks for all the types of information you want to review. For example, a deck for each language you want to learn, a deck for all the business books you've read, and a deck for all the names of your spouse's distant relatives, and so much more. Anki can function like your brain's memory maintenance tune-up, where you just stop in every day for 20 minutes to refresh old memories. I can't overstate just how amazing Anki is because it not only has a version for just about anything with a screen, but it also has a really, really great documentation set where it teaches you about the learning methodology and about how to add cards with pictures, audio, rich text, and so much more. They even explain how spaced repetition actually works. They do a really good job of documenting the process of learning with Anki, and they even have shared decks that you can download for free, covering just about any topic you'd ever want to learn, especially if those topics include foreign languages, which is something we'll cover in another section. And the best part about Anki is that they have a free synchronization service that lets you practice anywhere you happen to be. Now, I strongly recommend Anki because it's a great way to review and it takes the burden and of worrying what you are or are not forgetting over time. I'm going to give you some links to Anki and some powerful tutorials about it in the PDF syllabus, but in general, if you don't use an automatic utility, just know that you'll have to be very disciplined and skim back over the things that you read and learn and use your judgment to determine what you're about to forget. Personally, I've never had the discipline to do this, but maybe you do. In any case, now that we understand spaced repetition, we're going to look at some of the other ways of storing information over the long term so that we can easily and quickly review it in spaced intervals. Now that we've talked about note-taking, let's talk about a very sophisticated and powerful way of taking notes that most people fail to use. It's called mind mapping, and it was invented by one of the most prominent names in accelerated learning and memory, Tony Buzan. Mind mapping is basically drawing out this neural network of new ideas, concepts, and details in a visual and logical fashion. In the homework, you'll find an article about it with some visual mind maps you can check out yourself, as well as links to some courses that teach mind mapping in a lot of detail. But let's try to understand what it is and why it's so powerful. What's great about mind mapping is that it allows us to draw out and visualize neural connections in the physical realm. And since we already have a built-in system where we're encoding details to get back to the main concept, it's actually very easy for us to translate that into mind maps. Mind maps have a lot of benefits over traditional notes, not just because they're visual and allow us to sketch our markers if we want to, but also because they actually show the logical interrelation between different thoughts and ideas. On top of all of this, they're really fast and they're much easier to read and review than a boring outline structure. Just imagine that instead of jotting out notes for a book you read, you instead turn the entire book into one big mind map, noting out the major concepts or breaking out branches by chapters or any other structure you can imagine for translating the information into a visual layout. It doesn't even have to be a visual layout actually, because the technique of mind mapping even applies to imaginary mind maps that you draw up in your mind without ever having to rely on paper. Mind maps are a very personal thing though, and to get the most out of them, you're going to have to play with them and see what the best way for you to create and use them might be. To get you started though, we'll explain the adapted mind mapping technique developed by Dr. Lev for the super learning methodology over his years of use and refinement. Though it's perhaps just a bit advanced for many students, Dr. Lev actually imagines a mind map as he creates chunks and reviews his markers. It's a powerful way of creating compound markers and preserving the logical flow of the text. First, let's address the issue of complexity. Some of you may have experienced fancy mind mapping applications with beautiful designs and tons of visual illustrations. You do not have to do any of that in your head. Don't worry about it. You need to keep only the following basics in mind. First, the anchor. The root node or anchor is the place from where you access your whole mind map. Whatever imagery you use for the anchor, make it stand out and make sure it's unforgettable. The anchor is like a personal title you give to an article. You should invest a disproportionate amount of time on it because it's very, very important. The anchor should summarize the essence of what you need to remember. You can think of it like the trunk of a tree. Next are the retrieval markers. The anchor is connected to the retrieval markers, which are like landing pages for various lines of thought. These markers are created after reading the article and are used as triggers to remember the root node from as many perspectives as the article supports. Invest a ton of time into these retrieval markers, or you may forget the whole mind map in a way that only spaced repetition can cure. Think of retrieval markers as the roots of your tree. Next are the main branches. The main branches are allocated for core ideas springing from the trunk. Typically, you have 3 to 6 main branches per mind map, which correspond to the sections within an article. The main ideas should come with viable markers. Invest a moderate amount of time here. Finally, we have the smaller branches. The smaller branches are allocated to supporting ideas, controversies, and facts. These are the bulk of your markers, and you should have approximately 2 per paragraph, subject to the density of the text. Don't invest too much time here. After all, you are speed reading, and don't forget that each branch should have a visual representation, either an icon or a 3D object or something like that, based on the methodology you're using. Ultimately, we also have the leaves. The leaves are the details and the facts, the numbers, and the specific information that can only be represented by little tiny leaves. Leaves are typically encoded back as details of the branch that supports them. For example, the color of the marker, its texture, its shape, or its design. However, if these details are complex, such as names or dates or formulas, they are encoded into separate yet smaller branches. All the leaves are typically encoded immediately after reading a paragraph. By the way, we also have strings. Most of us should not only retain what we read, but also generate new thoughts about it. While most of the articles we encounter are built like a tree, the way our stream of thought functions is more like a spider weaving a web between trees to catch elusive bugs of new creative ideas. For this reason, we often connect the small branches and the leaves of various trees with a translucent web of strings that Dr. Lev calls hyperlinks. Hyperlinking is his own addition, so you won't find any hyperlinks in the original mind mapping theory, but in all truth, you cannot operate mind maps effectively without connecting different aspects of the tree. In software, we use pointers and references with a similar effect. So, when do we use mind mapping? Well, mind mapping is not very useful for memory sports. You can't effectively encode decks of cards or sequences of numbers into a mind map. However, almost any computer program, textbook, article, or presentation can be effectively encoded as a mind map. Whether you draw it out or visualize it in your mind mapping can be a powerful tool wherever a logical structure is presented. How do you shape and design your mind maps? Dr. Lev is so used to working with data structures that mind mapping over a unique data structure comes naturally for him. The form of mind mapping Anna uses with students, though, is the more classic kind of mind map. She asks you to imagine the face of an analog clock with numbers 1 to 12. Now, the trunk, or the bigger branch, always connects where the clock strikes 12. You still have 11 hours to position additional markers or branches. Since each marker is a visual entity, you visualize the clock with the marker near the relevant number, like an icon. It's recommended to put markers on the odd hours, 1, 3, 5, etc. Then use the even hours as a reserve for the markers we need to add later on, like the results of your analysis, the details you missed during the first read, and so forth. The clock face allows you to remember the exact order of markers, which are drawn clockwise, as well as the relationship between those markers and other details. So, you might be wondering, can mind mapping be used with other forms of memorization? Absolutely. In fact, it makes sense to make a hybrid between mind maps and other forms of visualization or memorization. Visualization, linking memories, and really just about everything we've learned so far about memory all ties in to the concept of mind mapping, and that's why it's so popular. By the way, on one last note, if you're like me, the physical aspect of mind maps is very unappealing to you, and you might also live in a post-paper world. At the same time, you may want to immortalize or share your mind maps in a way that imagining them mentally just doesn't allow. Not to fear, there's actually a lot of really great software out there for mobile devices and even desktop computers that help you make really beautiful mind maps, and we've included links to some of them in the PDF syllabus. Another very effective tool for storing and remembering information that we've super learned is called the Memory Palace. Memory palaces are basically buildings or structures that you create in your mind, either imagined or remembered, to fill and populate with detailed memories. Each story or piece of information is represented by an imaginary physical object, a marker, if you will, which is then placed in a specific area, whether it be on the ground, on a bookshelf, on the counter, on the cupboard, or dangling from the chandelier. These areas where memories can be stored are called loci, and they become anchor points. The core of the technique involves using your imagination to walk through this familiar area in a linear fashion making sure not to cross your own path. As you go through the memory journey, you place objects in memorable areas. Now, I used to be very ambivalent about memory palaces, and I originally shied away from teaching too much about them. In truth, I was too lazy to invest the time in creating my own memory palaces, and so I would store my visual markers haphazardly without any order or organization. However, the more I researched and interacted with experts on memory palaces, the more I realized that this technique is actually used by each and every memory athlete without exception. This is for a couple of reasons. Number one, our brains are extremely effective at remembering where things are and visualizing them. This is related to those evolutionary skills we talked about earlier. If you remember exactly where the berry tree is in a massive field, or exactly where you buried your winter food supply, that can be a huge survival advantage. This effect is so powerful that I bet if you close your eyes right now, you can tell me exactly where the shampoo and conditioner bottles are in your shower, or where they were in your childhood home from 20 years ago. You probably remember exactly what was in the various rooms and on the various shelves of all of the houses you've ever lived in. You've probably also had that feeling where you listened to a radio program or had a conversation while passing by a specific intersection or area, and then the next time you pass by that area, your brain jumps back to the conversation or concept that you were thinking about the last time you were there. All of this is pretty amazing, right? But your brain does it completely naturally. So why not use all of that location information, which is just taking up storage space in your brain, to link up to new things you want to learn, and to make those new memories strongly linked to existing knowledge? Reason number two, memory palaces are extremely effective at helping us index events. We can remember events in chronological order, which is really important for things like memorizing, speeches. We can even remember things in reverse order if we go through our memory journey backwards. Today, I use memory palaces for all kinds of things. In fact, I even used it to memorize the order of points in my TED Talk. And I recently figured out a way to store the Russian grammatical cases using the technique. Memory palaces are so effective that they've been used for thousands of years, ever since the 5th century BC. The legend goes that the Greek poet Simonides was at a banquet hall crowded with people, and he left for a few minutes only to find that the whole banquet hall had collapsed. There were no other survivors, and so there was no way to identify the crushed casualties, or even to know where they were. In this moment, the memory palace was born, and for thousands of years after that, until the popularity of the printing press, memory palaces were used to memorize huge volumes of information. In fact, researchers have determined that the entire works of Homer, Plato, and even Socrates were probably committed to memory using memory palaces. They were only later written down. So, how do you take advantage of this powerful technique? The first step is to create at least one, but probably a few more, empty palaces. The palace can be your childhood home, a building once seen, or any building you make up. In fact, most people who use this technique have many different memory palaces for different types of memories. For example, one for your Spanish vocabulary, one for personal information such as birthdays and credit card numbers, and so on. Once you create the palace, you need to clear off the shelves and make space for new objects. Then, it's time to start practicing placing your markers in strategic areas. Now, I want to take a quick second to say that memory palaces are not used for everything. For example, it would be extremely difficult to use the memory palace or LOCI method to walk through an imaginary house while we're speed reading, and so we can't use this technique while we read. We just have to link the markers as we go. Memory palaces are great, though, for memorizing stories, order of events, lists of items, and things like that, but only when we have the time to carefully populate and memorize the palace. So, if you read something, for example, and want to store the content into a memory palace, that's something you should do at the end of the chapter, not while you're reading. There are a lot of amazing resources involving memory palaces, and they go into much more detail than I can in just one short lecture. First, I'm going to refer you to a TED Talk by the former US memorization champion Joshua Foer, where he explains how people are able to memorize 34 decks of playing cards back to back using memory palaces. Next, I'm going to link you to Foer's book, Moonwalking with Einstein, which I strongly recommend as homework for this course. Finally, I'm going to link you to a Udemy course, a blog, a book, and a podcast by my friend Dr. Anthony Metivier. Anthony's a good friend and a fellow Udemy instructor, and he's made an entire career out of teaching the magnetic memory method, a system based on creating and adapting memory palaces. He's written a number of books, he's released a number of courses, and he's a very active blogger and podcaster on the subject. It was actually Anthony who convinced me to invest in my own memory palaces, and he continues to help me develop this amazing skill as time goes on. These days, I use the technique for even the simplest of things. One little hack that I really like is to adapt the technique to my daily meditation. As a beginner in meditation, my brain immediately calls up the things that I need to remember to do and has some of its best ideas when I'm trying to concentrate on meditation. The standard practice is to observe the thoughts and to let them pass, which I do. But before I let these strokes of inspiration pass, I make a quick mental marker. For example, if I want to remember to post a poll on the Superlearner Facebook group, I create a mental marker of a Facebook voting poll screenshot and I place it on an imagined bookshelf. This allows me to move on and lets the thought go with ease. By the time I finish my meditation, I may have 4 or 5 reminders. I've been amazed by just how well this all works. Even a month later, I remember all of these markers, where they are on the bookshelf, even without using the correct technique of walking through the building, and what they mean, even though I've already completed most of the tasks. I recently was interviewed by someone who read Joshua Foer's book and had done the practice exercise of memorizing a grocery list. 5 years later, he was able to remember over half of the list. Totally amazing. So your homework is to check out the supplementary materials and memorize your entire to-do list or grocery shopping list using loci and visual markers. Get funky and outrageous with them. You can turn email boss into a picture of Bowser, the big boss from Mario Brothers, sitting at the computer, or you can turn wash the car into a picture of 2 bikini-clad beauties sponging your car. Because you've become so skilled at creating detailed and creative markers, it really should be no problem. Don't make the mistake I made for years and stubbornly neglect the memory palace technique. It can make a massive difference in your memory capacity, so please do check it out. If you checked out that supplementary TED Talk about advanced memory, then you already know a bit about what we're going to discuss here. We're going to talk about how you can memorize strings of numbers for the long term, much longer than the technique you probably use of repeating the phone number over and over until you unlock your phone and enter it into the dialer. What we want to do when we have to memorize large sequences of numbers is unsurprising. We create detailed visual markers for those numbers. It's no different than markers when you read, actually. By creating visual markers for numbers, you can transform long strings of numbers into stories and memorize longer strings of information much more permanently than you could otherwise. I'm going to share with you 2 powerful systems, and you can decide which to use based on your needs and how much time and effort you're willing to commit. The first system is very simple. I can explain to you, and you can use it proficiently in just a few minutes. Essentially, what we will do in this method is to build a permanent marker for each number. I'll give you my own system and my own markers, but you should think about making your own if they're more emotionally relevant for you than they are for me. Keep in mind, the more ridiculous these markers are, just like with any markers, the better it's going to be. So, for the number 0, I use a bagel. For 1, I use a pen. For 2, I use a broken heart. 3 is, of course, a butt from a bird's eye view. 4 is a chair. 5 is a unicycle. 6 is a broken pair of glasses. 7 is a cliff. 8 is a racetrack. And 9 is a tadpole. From there, you can remember a string of numbers just like this. 8675309 becomes a story whereby the racetrack had a broken pair of glasses on it. The driver swerved to avoid them, and he ran off a cliff. The man on the unicycle in the crowd was shocked, and he fell on his butt, swallowing the tadpole that he was balancing on his tongue. Now, this is a truly ridiculous story, and so there's no way that you're going to forget the number, 8675309. But the truth is, it requires us to remember a lot of symbols, and that's where the next system comes into play. It's called the major method, and while it takes some time and effort to learn, it can be much more effective due to its compressed and condensed nature. Here's how it works. In the major method, every digit is converted into a consonant or sound. Now, I know what you're thinking. Sounds are not the best way to memorize, and that's true, but when you add those sounds up, they actually become a series of words, and those words can become pictures. I'll demonstrate in a moment, but first let's define what each of our digits are and what sound they represent. The hardest part of using the major method is doing the work up front to remember which number goes to which consonant. So as I go through and tell you each one, I'm going to give you a nice little tip to remember it. 0, because it's cero with a C or zero with a Z in most languages, is an S or Z sound. 1, because it is one long downstroke, is either a T or a D, both of which have only one downstroke in either capital or lowercase. 2, because it looks like a sideways N, and because N has two downstrokes, is N. 3 should be an easy one. It's a sideways M, and it's an M here as well. 4 looks like a backwards R, so it is an R. 5 is a bit tricky. L is the Roman numeral for 50, and also the top of a 5 is an L, so for 5 we replace with L. 6 has a J in the top of it, but 9 also has that J, so that can be a bit tricky, but 6 can be any J, SH, or CH sound, including the soft G, je. 7, well, if you look at a K, you'll see that it's made up of two 7s interconnected, so it's a K or a hard C. Now for 8, just think of a V8 engine and you'll remember that it's either an F or V sound. 9 looks like a lowercase b or p, so it can be either of those. Perhaps most importantly, all vowel sounds, as well as W and H, are unassigned. That means that we can add them in and they don't signify anything. One last hack that I'd like to add is that spelling doesn't matter here, and repeat letters don't count either. So a double L, a double R, or a double S count as just one repetition of that number, unless there's a vowel in between. So that probably didn't mean anything to you, but you'll understand when you see how the major method actually works. Let's say I want to remember that same number as before. Do you remember it? 8675309. In the major method, we can convert it into a lot of different words or combinations using the sounds. V or F, J, SH, or CH, K, L, M, S or Z, and B or P. Let's see what our options are. Well, we could come up with fish, clam, cup, sip, or maybe veggie, clumsy, pie. Either of these can be easily converted into a marker. I mean, just imagine there's something called a clumsy pie, which falls off the table anytime you try to eat it. It's available in either chicken or vegetarian. There's your marker for a veggie clumsy pie, or 8675309. 7 numbers, one simple and effective marker. It's like built-in compression for your brain. Can you think of some other ones for the same phone number? How would you memorize them? Like I said, the major method takes a lot of time to learn and to master. Personally, I don't use it very often because I almost never need to memorize numbers longer than 10 digits. But if you do, the major method is much more efficient and effective, allowing you to use one marker to store many numbers at once without too much mental strain. Play around with each of these methods and see which one best suits your needs. Now we have a very firm understanding of not only how our various different types of memory work, but also the different criteria we as adult learners need in order to learn effectively. At this point, we're ready to introduce you to something called the SQ3R system, which is designed to fulfill all of these criteria and to effectively put the different types of memory on high alert. If you're a previous student of Become a Super Learner, you'll immediately recognize the SQ3R system, though the name might not be familiar to you from the last course. Okay, so what the heck is an SQ3R? It sounds like some sort of android robot that spends its time hanging out with Luke Skywalker, doesn't it? But in fact, it's a system used in a lot of US schools. It stands for survey, question, read, recall, and review. Each of these steps is a critical part of the superlearner process, at least when the information we're trying to superlearn is written text. For this reason, we've devoted an entire section to pre-reading alone. In the lectures that follow, you'll learn why pre-reading is a speed reader's hidden weapon and how to utilize this skill to enhance curiosity and focus, to improve reading speed, and to boost overall retention. For now, though, here's a summary of what happens during each of these steps. During the survey step, which we also call pre-reading, we skim or scan the content before we read it to prepare our mind for the new information. This is thoroughly covered in the coming lectures. In the question phase, we ask ourselves questions to improve our motivation, such as why we're trying to read and what's in it for us. Clear motivation improves the reading process, and getting to the content from different perspectives improves our understanding. Next, we read, either speed reading or in the normal fashion. When reading, you maximize the benefit of the previous S and Q steps, so you don't have to reread or dwell on irrelevant details. Then we recall. We add details to the markers after reading each paragraph. This is our way to ensure we recall the paragraph. During our speed reading training, we will have to read and recall a text several times until we get 100% retention, and only after several weeks will we really trust the brain to recall automatically. Finally, we review. We analyze the content from multiple perspectives, and we see what we learned, and then we try to connect it to previous knowledge. The fastest readers, like Dr. Lev, will spend more time on this step than on all the previous steps taken together. That's because if you do not review the article properly, it's hard to understand it, and occasionally you will need to revisit it over and over. So, now that we understand the SQ3R model, let's learn how to optimize it, starting out with surveying, or as we call it, pre-reading. Now that you understand the SQ3R methodology, it's time to dive right in with your speed reading training, starting from the top, S for survey. If you look up the verb survey in the dictionary, you'll see a number of definitions. To survey something means to investigate, examine, question, and record information about it. This, in short, is a summary of all the activities we're conducting in our minds during the initial process of speed reading, pre-reading. Now, pre-reading may seem counterintuitive since increasing our speed is one of the intentions of the course, but actually, pre-reading helps us speed up while priming our brain for reading the text with high retention. This is especially important for dense materials or mixed reading with lots of pictures, such as textbooks. Now, I probably wouldn't pre-read a novel for fear of spoiling the plot, but if I do, I'll look for areas of conversation and dialogue, and I'll determine the outline and flow of the chapter. Now, when we pre-read a nonfiction kind of text, we're taking a few seconds per page at a speed of about 5 to 8 times our current reading speed. We're not reading the text, or even trying to. Instead, we're just looking for titles, subheadings, proper nouns, numbers, words, or things that just don't seem to fit in. When we pre-read, we gain an understanding of the structure of the text, and we build a sort of mental map. We start to generate thoughts and ideas about the text, and we think to ourselves, oh, that's interesting. They're going to talk about Buzz Aldrin here, for example. These points of curiosity will serve as temporary markers for now, and we'll be able to upgrade them later with much more detailed, high-quality markers when we actually read the text. The Pareto principle, or the 80-20 rule, is very helpful here. You see, the Pareto principle says that 80% of something yields 20% of its benefit, and vice versa. So for example, 80% of your friends give you 20% of the love and support you get, while the top 20% give you 80%. This rule can be applied to nearly anything from economics to business to personal relationships, and it can definitely be applied here. You see, in pre-reading, we're looking for those 20% of details that give us an 80% understanding of at least what we're going to be reading, at least what the text is about. In the long term, once you become skilled enough at creating markers, you'll be able to spot and store high-quality markers even in your pre-reading. This means that when you actually read the text, all you have to do is fill in those 2 to 4 detail markers we talked about for each marker, and you're well on your way. This will take a lot of time, but it's a pivotal skill in speed reading, and it'll differentiate skimming from actually learning the content you're reading at a high level. It's important to note that even though you don't register the text, you are building a map of it and becoming more familiar with it subconsciously, just like you begin to understand the layout of a neighborhood even if you drive through it at 40 miles an hour. Don't get frustrated and don't get hung up on understanding the text itself. Just understand the flow and any interesting points of information that might jump out at you. This alone is a major benefit of pre-reading, but as we're about to see, it's not the only one. Now, it's time to remind ourselves of our dear friend Malcolm Knowles and what he had to say about adult andragogy. As I'm sure you remember, Dr. Knowles taught us that adult learners require not only a learning environment that harnesses their previous experiences, but also the appropriate readiness, a pressing need, and an immediate application of the knowledge they wish to acquire. Basically, adult learners need to be curious about what they're learning and connect it to their existing knowledge. Now, in a perfect world, you would only have to learn things that were deeply interesting and inspiring to you. But sadly, that's not the way the world currently works. Oftentimes, we have to learn a lot of topics that we simply don't find interesting, and even if the topic itself is interesting, there are a lot of elements or reading materials surrounding it that just aren't our cup of tea. Personally, I remember whining to one of my closest friends during college because I'd recently changed my major to a topic that was much more interesting to me, only to find that at least half of the articles in the introductory classes were just as boring as the ones in my previous major. To get around this, you should use your pre-reading time to inspire within yourself a burning curiosity or interest in what the text is about, and you should think about how you should apply it. If done properly, even the most uninteresting material, such as tax law, can benefit from this practice. Let's talk about some different ways we can actually do this. Technique number 1 is to envision yourself using the material. As you read throughout the text, you should try to envision scenarios in which it could affect your life or how you could actually benefit from having that knowledge. How would you use the knowledge in your day-to-day life? Of course, as we mentioned before, try to connect any markers you develop to existing knowledge or experiences in your long-term memory. Technique number 2, start asking questions. By developing your own questions and curiosities within the text, you're going to see a huge improvement in both reading and comprehension. Perhaps, for example, you see that the text mentions Baltimore, Maryland. Ask yourself, what the heck does Baltimore have to do with real estate law? What happened there? Was there maybe a precedent set? This trick alone is going to make you very motivated to read through the text and figure out just what the heck is going on. Furthermore, you should find things that don't seem to fit in and ask yourself what they're doing there. Technique number 3, consider different perspectives. When I was struggling with pre-reading, Dr. Lev gave me a tip that has stuck with me to this day. He told me to ask myself questions involving perspectives, mine, the author's, even third parties. Though I'm not yet reading the text itself, I'm seeing the keywords, and those keywords are enough to generate some pretty opinion-laden questions. These include, what viewpoint do I anticipate the author taking? What viewpoint do I have going into reading this article? Where might the author be wrong? Where am I open to being persuaded on this topic? How could this material be improved? What would critics of this article likely say? Who are some people I know who might agree or disagree with what this article likely says? What would I expect to see in this text that I'm not seeing at this speed? Now you might wonder how I could generate all of these questions without ever actually reading the chapter, but in fact it's pretty easy. Let's say, for example, you were reading an article about nutrition. Just by seeing which keywords, like paleo or grains or animal protein, cancer, obesity, or insulin, if I see that those words are being used, I can already tell a lot. And just by seeing which studies and which experts are being cited, I can tell even more. So before I ever actually read the article, I probably already know what stance the author is likely going to take. And based on that, I definitely know whether I agree or disagree. I may think of a few of my vegetarian or vegan friends at the same time and consider whether or not they'll turn blue in the face or love every word. I'll even consider where I feel the author may be biased, misinformed, or just plain wrong. As you can see, by the time you actually dive into reading the article at your normal speed, whatever that is, you'll have a lot of questions that you're very eager to answer. And this is a huge tool for concentration, comprehension, and retention. If you suffer from attention deficit disorder, you know that if you really want to know something, you can be laser focused. And after generating all of these perspectives and questions, you will be just that. If you really want to know why the heck Baltimore is in this text, you'll come back and you'll focus harder than you ever imagined you could focus on tax law. As you can imagine, there's a little bit of homework for this section. I want you to incorporate pre-reading, generating questions, imagining multiple perspectives, and curiosity into the things that you're normally reading. If you're a student, this means that you pick the most boring text from that econ class and you try to pre-read it. If you're at work, try doing the same. I want you to work on building that skill set that allows you to generate intense curiosity out of thin air. I want you to use your creativity skills to imagine multiple perspectives and even generate ideas as to how you could use the text in your day-to-day life. Perhaps it doesn't seem like it would make a big difference, but trust me, it does.
So now that we understand the importance of pre-reading for generating interest and curiosity and also getting our first basic markers that we'll be filling in with detail later, I want to take you guys really quickly just through the process of pre-reading with the Superlearner book. And the first step you want to do when you pre-read is if you have a paper book, you're just going to flip through it really quickly. If you have a digital book, you're kind of going to do the same thing. And I'm not really picking up anything in this first phase except for what are the words that repeat themselves and what's the format of the book. So obviously I'm going to realize really quickly in here that the word superlearner or superlearning repeats. The word memory, the word brain. Even at this speed, you can probably see that these are words that just repeat over and over. And so those are not going to be good things to pay attention to because I'm going to get confused if I pay attention to those words since they appear over and over and over. I mean, look how many times memory is on this page. Okay, so now if we go back, and that was already all the way through to page 70, so it gives you an idea just how fast we're doing that. If we go back, let's go ahead and read the foreword of this book. And we're going to pre-read it. So, we get to the foreword. What are the first things we notice? And I just want to emphasize that this explanation is going to be about 1/100th of the speed that you're going to be doing this actual pre-reading at. Obviously, we notice foreword. We're not going to notice Superlearner because that appears over and over. Now, you might be the type of person who notices numbers. I know Dr. Lev doesn't, but for me, 2008 is interesting, and I immediately start getting these WH questions. What happened in 2008? Why did it happen so long ago? I immediately go to Chicago. Okay, that's interesting. What's happening in Chicago? I think I see recession. Okay, that's interesting. What does a recession have to do with super learning? Quality job. Okay, that's interesting. I wonder what a quality job is to this person. I even wonder who this person is. Okay, and these things are all coming into my head in real time, but I want to methodically explain them to you. So let's see, we keep going. Okay, here we have brain. We ignore that one. That's not a word that means anything here because it repeats so much. On the couch reading, I definitely see that. Neurological diseases. Okay, that's interesting. What does this person care about neurological diseases? Alzheimer's. Okay, interesting. You'll see that I'm kind of zigzagging through. Kim Peek. Okay, that's very interesting because I know who Kim Peek is. So he's already a marker for me. I have an image of him already that I'm going to connect. And I want to ask myself, what does this author have to say about Kim Peek? What does he think that he's really smart? Does he think he's not smart? Rain Man. Okay, that makes sense because Kim Peek was the character that the movie was based on. Awesome. Rudiger Gam. Ooh, I don't know who that is. Is that someone like Kim Peek? Is it the guy who researched Kim Peek? At the speed that I would be pre-reading this, I would only pick up Rudiger Gam. So who is that? Why is he in here? Ben Pridmore. That's interesting. That's another guy. Why is he in here? What does he have to do with Kim Peek? Memorizing a deck of cards comes up to me, and 24.74 seconds. Now, again, just to hit pause, the types of questions that come up to me are, what happened in 24.74 seconds? Maybe it's some feat of memory. Maybe that's how fast he can read a page of a book. Really interesting. It starts generating questions to me, and I'm going to want to come back. I already have a marker of a stopwatch right there, and I'm going to remember I want to come back, and I want to pay special attention here to figure out what happened in just 24.74 seconds. Okay, continuing. Fascinating. That doesn't tell me anything. Ordinary people. That's interesting. Okay, are we now going to compare Kim Peek to ordinary people? Or what does ordinary people have to do with these superheroes who can, do these amazing things? Okay, poor memory. That's interesting. It seems like we just changed gears. Why did we change gears? Why did we do this complete about face? Grandmother, that's interesting. You can already start to get this curiosity. And if you're not reading as I go along in the video, you're probably wondering what the heck all these words have to do with one another. Increasingly failing memory. All right, that's interesting. Now, how are we going to compare these world record holder, savants, these autistic savants, as it shows in the top of the page? How are they going to be compared? All right, let's keep going. Let's see. Out of date. All right, that's interesting. Up here we go. Frustrating. Yeah, all right. What's frustrating? What was frustrating to the author? All right, super learning we don't notice. Although I do think it's interesting that super learning is capitalized here. I wonder why it's capitalized here. All right, what else? Digestible. That's interesting. For me, it's kind of weird that the word digestible is related to memory. All right, we keep going. Grandmother passes. Pick that up immediately. Miami. Okay, that's interesting. We were in Chicago, now we're in Miami. So you can already ask yourself why. You can keep going. Winning the championship. I see championship. That's interesting. I wonder what the championship is in. I wonder what this person has to do with the championship. 2010 and 2014. Change the way I live my life. Probably you wouldn't see that whole thing. All right, so already we have some really good curiosity, and then immediately I jump to Nelson Dellis, 4-time USA memory champion. That's interesting. There's a lot of questions that I've already generated over this pre-reading, and even though I would probably do this in about 4 or 5, maybe maximum 10 seconds, you can see that we have so many questions, and we're going to read this with such an intent interest, and we even have markers. Do you guys remember what our markers are? Well, we have Chicago, we have Kim Peek, we have neurological diseases, and we can already start populating those things, those markers, with detail when we read. And the idea behind pre-reading is that you do this in large sections. So normally you wouldn't just pre-read 3 pages, you might read 10 or 20, and then you'll really have a bunch of curiosity that'll take you all the way through the chapter.
I hope you're excited because we've finally arrived at the skill that's going to put everything we've learned so far to good use, taking your overall learning skills to the next level. That's right, we're ready to start speed reading. Now, with that said, we need to ensure that as we transition into speed readers, we don't forget our fundamentals. Though a big part of the speed reading learning curve will mean that you don't have high comprehension in the short term, we do want to make sure that you're keeping comprehension and retention at high levels over the long run. This is a bit difficult though, because it's surprisingly easy to fool yourself into thinking that you remember everything. When you go back through the text later on to test yourself, or when you take a quiz, you'll often tell yourself, yeah, I remember this stuff. But oftentimes, the brain is tricking us. It's mistaking familiarity with actual retention, because when you see a piece of information, it somewhat jogs your memory. This is called confirmation bias, and it's something we want to avoid if we're going to accurately measure our comprehension and retention. So here's an exercise that we recommend for periodically testing yourself and your comprehension. After pre-reading and speed reading a section of text, take a moment to jot down everything you remember on paper or a text document, and then compare your notes side by side with the text that you read. This is a powerful exercise, not only because it will keep you honest and shut down your confirmation bias, but also because you can learn a lot from the details you neglected or remembered incorrectly. By doing this, you can determine if, for example, you need to pay a little more attention to names or dates or anything else. Anytime you miss a pertinent detail or concept, you should ask yourself why it happened. Is it in the very beginning or the end of the text where you might have been eager to start or finish and you lost focus? Do you have a bias towards certain types of information? Do you think that there were too many details in the text? With that said, you need to use your judgment here. Sometimes a bias towards a specific type of information is a good thing. If you're reading a technical manual and you're biased towards the technical specifications over the less useful descriptive information, that's fine, and in fact it's preferable. Essentially, we don't expect you to regurgitate the text 100% word for word. We do, however, expect that with time, you'll be able to identify and recall every detail, concept, and idea that you deem pertinent. Not all details are pertinent though, and you should be able to differentiate which information is throwaway and which information should be remembered. What if you added information that wasn't there to begin with? Well, first and foremost, ask yourself why. Perhaps you're trying to analyze the text while reading instead of during the pauses at the end of each paragraph or section instead. There's no specific homework for this exercise or for some of the other speed reading skills we'll be teaching you. Instead, you should work this exercise and the others we'll share into your normal training throughout the course of the coming weeks. You don't need to quiz yourself every time you read, but you should try to do this exercise as often as possible. It'll greatly improve your retention, not just of the text you're practicing on, but also of everything you read as you become more and more aware of your weak spots over time, and you use that knowledge to overcome them.
So, we've finally arrived at what you might think is the sexiest part of the course, the speed reading. Well, first things first, I'd like to clarify a few misconceptions about speed reading and set your expectations. You see, when I first started teaching these courses, I too thought that speed reading was the sexy part of the whole methodology. But I was wrong. In fact, over the last 5 years, working with over 150,000 students, I've come to realize that the real magic of the Superlearner methodology is in the memory techniques. I've seen the transformation that 10xing someone's memory can make in their lives almost overnight.
And compared to that, reading 2 to 3 times faster is a parlor trick. So before we dive too deep, I want to really set your expectations and clarify a few things that have confused students over the years. First off, whereas the mnemonic techniques that you learned in the beginning of the course are a radical renovation of the entire way your brain works, speed reading, on the other hand, is a tool. Now, what do I mean by this? Well, throughout the course, I am very explicit about the fact that I want you to use mnemonic techniques such as visual markers for just about everything in life. This leads me to point number 2. Speed reading will probably never be as comfortable or natural as the slow way of reading. Because you've likely been reading the slow way for 20 or more years by the time you get to this course, that's a really tough habit to break. There are 2 metaphors that I like to give students that explain this. The first is handstands and handstand walks. You see, though I've been trained to stand on my hands and even to walk comfortably on my hands, the fact is, when I get out of bed in the morning, it is most comfortable by far and most natural for me to walk on my feet to the bathroom. This means that I need to constantly remind myself to use good speed reading habits when appropriate, if I want to avoid those bad, slow reading habits. Now, this is where the second metaphor comes in: slouching. Even though we all know that we should be sitting up straight in our chairs, I bet that 90% of you are slouching and just sat up straight after I reminded you. You see, even though we know better, sometimes it takes a continuous and conscious effort to do what we know is a better option. For me, this is the same with speed reading. If I sit down with a book mindlessly and I don't make a conscientious effort to speed read, I will default to bad habits, even 5 years after my training with Anna. Maybe after 20 years of speed reading, it'll come naturally to me, but for now, I need to consciously remind myself to speed read when it's appropriate. The next clarification point I want to make is this. In this course, we do not teach the hyped up type of speed reading that science doesn't support. Students often send me one of a few different articles or research papers disproving speed reading. Now, generally speaking, they are surprised when I enthusiastically agree with what the researchers have found. This is because most studies on speed reading are disproving speeds of 1,000 to 5,000 words per minute, which we would never claim. In doing so, the research generally finds that comprehension begins to dip at around 600 words per minute and begins to take a drastic drop at 750 to 800 words per minute. Now, it's no coincidence that we claim to triple the average person's reading speed. This would bring you right into the range that is supported by various research studies. For more information on that, you can check out a video that we recently released on our YouTube channel, which actually analyzes the research on speed reading in depth. And finally, one last point of clarification before we dive in. Learning speed reading with high comprehension is challenging. Whereas the improvements to your memory may have been quick and easy for many of you once you understood how visual markers and memory palaces work, the sad truth is that relearning how to read with high comprehension can easily take a few months, if not more, and you can fall out of shape if you don't maintain the skill regularly. In this way, the metaphor of walking on your hands is even more apt. It takes time to learn, and it's a skill that you need to maintain if you want to be proficient. All right, now that we have set our expectations, let's learn how to speed read, shall we? First off, let's start by understanding how most people, like me before I took Anna's course, and probably like yourself as well, read. When most people read, they actually hear 100% of the words in their mental voice. This is a process called subvocalization, and they go along the text and hear, "The quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog." This is because when we're taught to read, we have to sound it out. We don't know how words look visually, and so we, sound it out. F-O-X, fox. This is a very hard habit to break because it's how we learned and it's how we've read for at least 10 or 20 years, like I said before. And so we associate the words we see not with the meaning or context directly, but with the sounds they make in our mind. And then we translate those sounds into meaning or content. Now, it's important to note that the research shows us that completely eliminating subvocalization is pretty much impossible. Our minds will always sound out a percentage of the words we read, and there's not much that we can do about that. But, as we've learned already, transmitting data to the brain via auditory processing is hugely inefficient. By subvocalizing every single word you read, you're effectively taking high-quality visual information and symbols in the forms of written words, and you're degrading the quality or bandwidth. If you think about it, it's sort of like trying to describe a picture to your friend over the phone rather than just showing them the picture so they can see it for themselves. The maximum speed that you can attain by subvocalizing every word is about 250 words a minute. If you're really, really fast, you can maybe subvocalize at 400 words per minute. Speed reading, however, starts at about 450 words per minute, roughly double the rate of an average reader. And since I know you're wondering, nearly all of you taking this class can at least break 600 words per minute in your native language. This may sound incredible at first. You may doubt yourself or doubt that your brain can do all this. If that's the case, let me ask you this. Have you ever had a great idea pop into your head and instantaneously you understand the idea in its entirety before your mind even has the opportunity to try and form words around it? I mean, think about the fact that the symbol for a new idea is a light bulb. Most likely because a new idea hits you at the speed of light, and it's instantly formed in your head in a fraction of the time it would take for you to describe it verbally. Or how about this? Have you ever stepped out into the road and noticed that a car or motorcycle or even bike is approaching you, and you've reacted with lightning speed? In that type of scenario, your brain was able to not only assess the speed and trajectory of the incoming threat, but also to weigh all of your options, make a decision, and communicate to your body the best course of action. All of this happens without any form of subvocalization of your thought process. Every single day, your brain does all of this in fractions of a second every time you are about to drop something on your toe and every time you see a familiar face in a crowd. Your brain can perform these incredibly complex functions in literally fractions of a second. In fact, neuroscientists have recently discovered that even though it takes a bit longer to process, your brain requires only 13 milliseconds to recognize an image. That's 0.013 seconds. And you're worried about understanding a bunch of visual symbols on a page a little faster? Nonsense. Beyond all this, when you lean on subvocalization during reading, you'll be much more easily distracted, and you'll have lower comprehension and retention. After all, we've all had the experience of reading through a text only to have our focus drift off without us even noticing. Only paragraphs or even full pages later do we realize that we haven't even been listening to our own subvocalized reading. In speed reading, however, we learn to read much quicker than the so-called sound barrier of subvocalization. While this means that speed reading is much more taxing on our mental faculties, it also means that we use a more efficient process for absorbing the visual information. We minimize that inner voice, and instead we start to recognize words for what they are, visual symbols. We also break apart the three processes of memory: encoding, storage, and retrieval. You may remember that we explained this with the metaphor of washing one shirt at a time. Here's a quick overview of how we're going to learn to read differently. First, we're going to absorb the information and encode it using rapid, efficient versions of something called saccades and fixations. From there, we'll train our minds to quickly and automatically store information into our short-term memory, and to prime it for our long-term memory using emotionally significant markers or reference points. We've covered that already. Finally, we take periodic pauses at the end of pages or chapters, like we mentioned before, and we perform retrieval. Retrieval, or playing back the markers and reviewing them, convinces the hippocampi to move the most detailed information possible into the long-term memory and to maintain it while it's there. By breaking this process apart into 3 separate steps, our entire learning and reading process becomes both more efficient and more effective. As you can imagine, there are a number of steps we need to follow in order to perform this somewhat delicate untangling of the 3 steps. And in the next lectures, we'll show you how. The first thing we do when we actually sit down to speed reading is imagine 2 or 3 separate columns on the page, and we train our eyes to jump between those columns. As it turns out, our eyes are actually incapable of making smooth, gradual movements unless they're tracking a moving object. So if we're moving our visual focus from one thing to another, for example, from one word on a page to the one next to it, our eyes have to make very sharp, precise jumps. And these jumps are called saccades. When you dart your eyes across the room because you see something in your peripheral vision, you're able to move quickly and refocus very quickly. That's a saccade. And the points that your eyes end up on, where they focus and allow the brain to figure out what it's seeing, those are called fixations. In general, average readers do 10 to 20 small saccades per line of text. This means that they're actually making one saccade and one fixation for every word. As you can imagine, this is hugely inefficient because all the time your eyes spend moving is time that they're not sending information to the brain, at least not information that it can use. If you don't believe me, put your hands out in front of you, about 2 hands width apart. Focus on one hand, and then jump over to the other. Do this again and again, and try to notice what's happening while your eyes are in motion. If you do it enough times, you'll realize that your brain is essentially stitching the images together from when you're fixated on either hand to provide an uninterrupted image. But it's not really focusing on taking in any information while your eyes are in motion. This effect is called saccadic masking, or is often called saccadic blindness. To avoid the inefficiencies of becoming effectively blind during saccadic masking, speed readers minimize the number of fixations per line to between 2 and 3 in a normal book, or 4 to 5 in a full-width web page. This means making only 1 or 2 saccades per line on an average paperback book, or 3 to 4 on a full-width web page. The goal is to learn to do this as quickly and effectively as possible, no matter what format our reading material comes in. Of course, we should try to format the text into an appropriate width for 2 to 3 fixations if we have an option. We'll cover e-readers, browser extensions, and stuff like that later, but when formatting the text isn't possible, we try to think in advance during our pre-reading how many saccades will be necessary to efficiently cover the page. And in time, we'll learn how to expand the width of our fixations in order to minimize the number of saccades we need to make. For example, in a small printed newspaper column or on an electronic device such as a cell phone, one fixation is usually enough, meaning that you can focus on the middle of the screen and simply scroll downwards with your eyes. This one trick of jumping in saccades and creating larger fixations is pretty much the gist of what most speed reading classes teach in their 2-hour seminars. It summarizes everything that Tim Ferriss preaches in the PX Method article. And it's the basis for all speed reading. But what's missing in Tim's method is not only the memory skills to ensure high retention, but also the process of optimizing the saccades to reach much higher speeds than even he can claim. So let's jump in and see how we can get past that 450 words per minute with 20% comprehension roadblock. As we go along, make sure to check the PDF syllabus, as the number of games and exercises you're going to need to practice and play every day is going to start picking up. And we'll be offering you a lot of games that will help you master this crucial skill. One of the best ways to exceed the 450 word per minute limit of those other speed reading programs is to improve your focal eye span. As it turns out, we can train the eye to have a wider fixation, even if only by a little bit, and to catch more words on the periphery of our fixations. The main way of doing this is to use something called Schultz tables. Schultz tables show you a table of numbers, and they ask you to focus on the center number while trying to determine what the numbers next to it are. Over time, you practice by going out further and further into the periphery, and eventually you should see a dramatic improvement in your peripheral vision. That's why these exercises are a big part of your homework in the coming weeks. Now, when Anna told me to practice these games, I didn't pay attention. And I really wish I had, because if you improve your eye span, even minimally, you'll see that you have to make fewer saccades on the average page, and you have better coverage and overlap on the fixations that you do make. And even if you're only able to cut one saccade out, it's going to dramatically increase your reading speed. Most of you will start with fixations of only 3 words, but the best speed readers can reach up to 12 words in one fixation, an entire line, and they're able to completely eliminate the need for horizontal saccades. They simply make vertical saccades, reading one entire line at a time. It's an incredible thing to see. If you have any aspirations of breaking 1,000 words per minute, you'll need to dramatically improve the width of your fixations in order to minimize the number of saccades you need to make on a page. So put in the time, push yourself, challenge your peripheral vision, and make sure you're playing the seemingly silly games referred to on the PDF syllabus. As we mentioned before, it's important to learn how to speed read in any condition, when you're handed paper documents, when you open your emails, and when you pick up a classic paper book. This is one of the reasons we don't recommend using automation software such as Spritz or Accelerate beyond the initial comprehension training period. These tools do not train you to make the most efficient eye movements, and they'll leave you high and dry when real-world conditions come in. With that said, there's nothing wrong with using the available tools out there to format reading materials into the most ideal speed reading layout whenever possible. This means removing images, making the font a little larger, condensing the column into a 2 to 3 saccade width, switching to black and white, and clearing up formatting to be consistent. Fortunately, there are tons of tools out there for your iPad, your Galaxy S, your web browser, and so much more. This lecture will walk you through some of them. First, let's start out with my favorites, the iPhone, iPad, and Mac. I personally love to use Safari's reading mode, and I even have a keyboard shortcut set up for it on my browser. Furthermore, if you're using an iPad or an iPhone, there's this handy button on the top left that will allow you to switch right into reading mode. Now, how about on your Windows or Linux PC, or if you don't use Safari on your Mac? Well, if you're browsing using the Chrome or Firefox browsers, you should check out the Readability extension, either from the Google Chrome Extension Store or the Firefox Extension Market. And for all of you Android lovers, yes, Readability is also available as an Android app, which we definitely recommend checking out. By the way, on the topic of mobile, there are some other great apps out there such as Instapaper or Pocket, which allow you to send articles you encounter from all over the web and to format them into a reading list, which is automatically presented to you in an easy-to-read format that will be very easy on your eyes. If you come across a lot of articles that you want to save for later, these tools can be absolutely invaluable, and you can add to them using a bookmarklet, email, or even web automation services like IFTTT. How about Kindle or other e-readers? Well, that's part of the beauty of these devices. They're actually already formatted for reading enjoyment, and they allow you to set the font size to something that will make for 2 or 3 fixations. Although the Kindle's page turning will be a bit obnoxious if you're speed reading, that will be a great opportunity to review your markers. On the iBooks app for iPhone or iPad, we do recommend enabling continuous scroll, as that can really speed things up a bit. And of course, you can manipulate the font sizes here as well. Because of these advantages on the Kindle, Nook, iBooks app, and other platforms, you should always try to get your reading materials in .mobi or .epub native formats rather than PDF, because unfortunately, there's no way to reformat the text of a PDF to suit speed reading. But hey, what about paper? Well, you may soon find that 8.5 by 11 pages are a lot less convenient than text that you're able to reformat to your liking and scroll through quickly. Ironically, screens are a bit faster, though they're more tiring for the eye to read on. So experiment with it and see how your eyes feel about the trade-off. When you have a choice between a larger hardcover version of a book and a handy 6x9 paperback though, always go with the paperback. I mean, it's cheaper, it's more environmentally friendly, and it's a lot easier to speed read on something this big than on something this big. Personally, I try to read 100% digital, not just because it's faster and cheaper, but because if you read 2 to 3 books on a week-long vacation, that's a pretty good amount of weight added to your bags. In any case, your homework is to check the PDF syllabus and experiment with some of the apps, extensions, and services we've recommended. Pick some good ones, sign up, and get acquainted with them because in the coming lectures, you're going to be doing a lot of reading and a lot of practicing, so you'll really want to be set up and ready for success. Before we wrap up with saccades, I just want to take 1 minute to talk about a critical mistake that a lot of people make. Sometimes you may notice that you start your saccades on the first word and end them on the last word of a line. If you're doing this, you're wasting precious eye span on either side on white space. As my father always told me, you have to make sure you're reading the black stuff, not the white stuff. Don't start your saccades at the beginning or end at the very end of a line. Start them 1 or 2 words in and end them 1 or 2 words in. So if you imagine your 3 columns, you're actually starting in the middle of each of the 3 columns. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. This way, you have to make fewer saccades, 3 instead of 4 in this case, and you'll notice that you're getting the information in much quicker. Of course, for seamless stitching together of the images, it's a good idea to include some overlap between your saccades, and that'll be much easier if you've expanded your fixation width using the Schultz table exercise. I also want to share a neat little side benefit that I've noticed from training myself to properly use larger fixations and limiting saccades, and that's finding stuff. I first noticed that I could repurpose this skill when I went on a trip with my parents to Hong Kong. Every time we would get off the subway, we had to figure out which direction to go and where the exit was for the street we were trying to get to. While my parents would look back and forth, making small saccades and spending a lot of time in saccadic blindness, I would make 2 saccades, breaking the 180-degree view of the station into 3 fixations. Time after time, I would be the first one to find the appropriate station. Now I realized this skill of minimizing saccades was applicable to lots of situations in which I need to rapidly find something in a visual horizon. I use it to quickly find the product I'm looking for on the supermarket shelf. I use it to find my friends in the crowd at the beach. It's amazing to me how much faster I can sort out visual information when I limit the amount of saccadic blindness I'm exposed to. Instead of making lots of small movements, I fixate just a little bit longer and I make large saccades. Try it out, and I think you'll also find that it's a really nice and unexpected side benefit of your speed reading training. As always, make sure to check the PDF syllabus as we've introduced a lot of different games and activities for you to practice this week, and you don't want to miss out on any of them.
So let's go ahead and take a quick look at how saccades are used. In this case, we have a book which was given to us in PDF format, so we're not able to format it to our liking. And this is actually the Key to Study book, chapter 5. So what I want to show you guys is where my eye would rest if I were doing the proper saccades. Now, in the beginning stages, you might need 3 fixations for a line of this width. And if you haven't done your Schultz tables, you will be at 3 fixations. So you might look at perfect, consists, and people. Then you might look at degree, need, and either in or reading. So on and so forth. You get the idea. Daily, described, book. Okay? Now over time, you're going to improve, and I know you're going to do your Schultz table exercises. You're not going to neglect to do them like I did. So then you'll be making 2 columns. You'll divide the page right around here. And so then you can look at audience, students, who, satisfaction. You see how much faster that's going to be to only have to make 1 saccade in the middle of the line and only have 2 fixations per line. So if we jump down here, you'll just focus on key to study, presented, and you'll have overlap in the middle. And Dr. Lev and his students who take the personal coaching route or who really invest in the Schultz tables, they find that on something smaller, maybe if it's like this, they can actually just look down the middle and only make vertical saccades. So that should be really good motivation for you guys to practice those Schultz table exercises, because otherwise you're going to be making a lot of eye movements and wasting a lot of time in saccadic blindness. Now, I want to show you guys also a great exercise that Dr. Lev has built on the Key to Study website. And we have the same text that I've copy-pasted in here. And we're just going to make 3 columns. In fact, you know what? Let's go ahead and make 2 columns, because I know you guys are going to do those Schultz table exercises. And if we activate it, it will actually break it into the exact same. Now, don't let these spaces confuse you, because you still want to focus on the middle of each column. So perfect, students, and or. And you can practice this. It'll be difficult to read on this with the amount of space that's in between. So we're not advocating that you do your practice or reading with this exercise, but it is a nice tool that separates things out and shows you, okay, sometimes it'll fall in between. Sometimes you'll look at the white space in between words because that's where your fixation is centered, and that's okay, because you're relying on that peripheral vision that you've expanded to pick up everything from every all the way to find. Okay, so again, make sure you're doing those Schultz table exercises. Make sure you're using the minimal number of necessary fixations and saccades per line of text, and over time you'll see that you really improve on this skill.
It's time to share one of my favorite little hacks, taught to me by Anna. You see, many speed reading teachers will tell you to use a pen or a finger to follow along with the text at the speed you wish to read. I mean, sure, this is better than reading without any form of visual pacer, but in my opinion, it sets you up for failure because it gives you the opportunity not only to do short, small fixations in line with the pen, but also to jump back on the text. This is the enemy of speed, and it allows you to maintain very, very bad habits. While you're learning, here's an important rule. Never, ever go back on a paragraph of text because you feel you missed something. If you really have to go back, train yourself that you can go back only after you've finished the whole paragraph and reviewed its markers to see how much you retain. By doing this, backskipping becomes a self-testing exercise, not a safety net. It'll be unpleasant, it'll itch, it'll burn, and it'll drive you crazy not to go back if you feel like you've missed something. But you have to break this habit. This is an absolute game changer. You have to get over this psychological notion that if you lose focus or drift off, it's no big deal because you can always go back. That fallback, that metaphorical net under the tightrope, is going to limit your learning, so just get rid of it. So you have permission to reread whole paragraphs or pages as many times as you need, but never stop and reread in the middle of a paragraph. As anyone who's studied habit change will tell you, one of the best ways to break a habit is to introduce friction, to make it a little bit harder to do that habit, even just a tiny bit. So to break this habit, we train with a card, usually an index card or a folded up piece of paper that covers up the entire page, and we cover the material that we've already read. The card goes not on the bottom, but goes on the top, and we're reading the line below it. If reading on a digital device, we simply scroll the lines so that what we've already read is immediately moved off the screen. The net effect is the exact same as the card or the piece of paper. Now, this is great because it prevents us from jumping back. It adds that level of friction and it forces us to go forward. Furthermore, keeping in mind that we've been training our peripheral vision and now we're able to see details a little further out, this is generally going to distract us, but it's actually better that it distract us with what's to come rather than distract us with what we've already read. It's sort of like a real-time pre-reading mechanism, if you will. Of course, you do not need to read with a card forever, and after a couple of weeks, your new habit will become automatic, and then you can ditch the card. But you might notice, as I personally did, that you like to use the top of the screen as a sort of pacer, and that you scroll in such a way that everything you've already read is cut off by the top of the screen. For now, however, get a card or fold a piece of paper in half in quarters so that it covers your reading material, and start using it on the top, covering what you've already read. Do you remember back to the beginning of the course when we talked about a training methodology called progressive overload? Well, to refresh your memory, we explained that it's a method used by weightlifters to constantly push their bodies just to the edge of their limits without going over, in order to stimulate the body to improve without causing injury or unnecessary stress. I want to remind you about that progressive overload because it's at this point in the course that it's going to become especially relevant. You see, many speed reading courses encourage you to read at the fastest pace you can currently understand and then to improve your speed from there. Unfortunately, this is actually a terrible way to learn because you won't push the boundaries of your understanding or subvocalization nearly far enough if you rely on your old habits. Now, when I learned to speed read, Professor Anna sat next to me week after week and actually pushed the card for me at the pace she felt was enough of a challenge. Just like my Olympic weightlifting coach often tells me how much weight to add after observing me. Of course, every time I would look up at Anna and complain that I didn't understand anything at all at that speed. But she would comfort me and explain to me that it's better to push yourself out of your comfort zone and not understand anything, and then to let your comprehension catch up to the speed you're trying to read at. To fall back on the weightlifting analogy, this is like the idea that you shouldn't be lifting at a weight that you can successfully lift 12 times, but rather try for 12 with a weight that you can only complete 4 to 6 times until you can do it 12 times. Now, you don't have Professor Anna there with you to glide the card down the page, and so in order to find that happy medium between frustration and slacking, we're going to prescribe some specific phases for you to practice. We'll get to the phases themselves in just a minute, but for now, I want to explain how you'll be training and how you should be monitoring your progress. As you progress through each phase, it's important to remember that the goal is not to speed up your reading to match your comprehension, but rather the opposite. You want to try and input information at whatever speed you set with the card during the phase you're in. You then will train until your comprehension is able to catch up to that speed. Just like in weightlifting, it's going to take more than 1 or 2 sessions before you're able to catch up. And just like in weightlifting, it's going to cause a little bit of soreness, at least metaphorical soreness. You have to push yourself a lot here. You're not going to feel that you're getting anything out of the text, and that's okay. It just means that you're pushing yourself. But there is a balance here, and it is very important not to push yourself too hard. If your comprehension doesn't at least start to improve after 20 minutes or so of training, you might be rushing yourself. In that case, you need to slow down a little bit so your comprehension can catch up. You can speed up some more on another day. Just remember that high comprehension and retention are ultimately your top priorities, so if you're going to push yourself and your reading speed, do so with a blog or a book where you do not mind the partial comprehension, or opt to reread it again later at a slower speed just to make sure you didn't miss anything. Now, in general, as we mentioned during the lectures about saccades, we are definitely against speed reading software that automatically moves the text for you. Like we said, it's important to learn how to use saccades properly so that you can speed read any information you come across, not just the information you can copy-paste into some silly piece of software. For the purposes of training your attention, though, we're going to lean just a little bit on these tools. Now, there are a few of them ranging from Spreeder to Accelerread or Spritz. You can choose whichever one suits you on your platform of choice, but just note that we don't recommend Spritz because it doesn't allow you to expand the width of a fixation. The rest of these tools are going to allow you to copy and paste text, to specify the speed and the width of the column or saccade, and then they will flash the text for you. This is a great way to test and train your comprehension speed, but again, it is not a replacement for reading content in its original context or via apps like Pocket or Safari Reading Mode. Now, I think it goes without saying, but remember to pause, to create markers, and to review them regardless of what speed you're reading at. Once you have an acceptable amount of detail, which is about 70% of the details, you can move on to the next phase and try to speed up again. It'll probably take about 5 to 10 sessions of 10 to 20 minutes each for each phase. That is to say, this could take weeks or even months to master. Throughout that time, your speed and retention will fluctuate. You'll have good days and you'll have bad days, but don't be alarmed. Just keep at it and slow down a bit if you've bitten off more than you can chew or moved on too soon. Though your ultimate goal is very high comprehension, while you're learning, like I said, your comprehension will not be very high, and that's okay. For the time being, we're trying to break the sound barrier, and improved comprehension will catch up with time. I also want you to think about how much detail you actually remember the week after you read with subvocalization. It's generally not a whole lot. In fact, chances are in the long term, your comprehension is actually going to go up and be better using sight reading. All right, let's talk about the actual phases or stages of progressive overload themselves. The times I'm going to give you assume an average of 250 to 300 words per page, which is about the standard you'll find on a 6x9 paperback book. If you're using other materials, simply count the average number of words on a line, average the number of lines, and then multiply them, and make the adjustment to the number of seconds based on how much more or less than 250 words each page has. In phase 1, I want you to spend a maximum of 1 minute per page, or about 250 to 300 words per minute on Spreeder. You probably already read this fast, but I want you to focus on doing it in large fixations or saccades. Try to absorb the entire fixation at once. For phase 2, we're going to bump things up to 350 words per minute, or about 45 seconds per page. This isn't pushing yourself too much, I know, but we want to start gradually and go in phases so you don't get completely frustrated here. For phase 3, I want you to spend only 30 to 35 seconds per page, or a speed of 500 words per minute on Spreeder. Now, I'm going to remind you again, don't get lazy and do all of your practice on Spreeder or Accelerate. It's okay to start each phase with that software, but make sure you're switching over to your iPad or Kindle or Paperbook to make sure you can stand on your own 2 feet before moving to the next phase. For phase 4, I want you to spend 20 to 30 seconds on each page, which will push you to around 700 words per minute. And finally, for phase 5, I want you to push it to the limit. Try to go for 1,000 words a minute on Spreeder, or more or less 15 seconds per page. This is the top speed that you're going to hope to achieve in this course, and a speed that I generally top out at, so don't be surprised if you hit a wall somewhere between 700 and 1,000 words per minute. I can't emphasize enough how important it is for you to push yourself here. As you can imagine, this is going to be extremely frustrating in the beginning. You'll feel that you don't even have time for your eyes to focus, much less to read or comprehend the material. That's a good thing. No matter what you do, do not slow down unless you really see that your comprehension is not catching up after repeated sessions. In any case, I hope you find solace in the comforting words of a famous Ferrari F1 driver, Mario Andretti, who said, "If everything seems under control, you're not going fast enough." In time, your comprehension will catch up to the speed that we're having you read at in each of the phases. You should continue watching the lectures even while you progress through these phases, because it's going to take a few weeks for you to really see dramatic improvements here. Also, as always, yes, check the PDF syllabus for additional resources. If you're pushing yourself as hard as you should be, you're going to suffer a little bit every time you dive into a new phase. The difference between 500 words per minute and 700 words per minute, for example, is a pretty dramatic one, and it can seem impossible at first. To overcome this feeling, we're going to use a cool little mental hack that Anna taught me. We take our trusty card and we move it along the page extremely quickly, more than double the speed at which we're trying to read. At the upper levels, this can mean that we're moving the card from the top of the page to the bottom in less than 5 seconds. Now, we do this 3 times, and each time we try to catch as much as possible on the page using saccades and our good habits. Perhaps we focus on the left side for one pass, the middle one for the second, and the right side for the third. We should be able to catch a few familiar words, maybe titles or numbers, but ultimately, you shouldn't expect to catch much of anything at this pace. That's not the point, though. The point is very similar to another trick in weightlifting, where athletes will do a very heavy set and then a drop set at the weight they wish to train at in order to make their working weight seem easier and less painful. Just like the weightlifter doing his drop set, when we slow down to the speed that seemed so challenging just a moment before, we're able to speed up and meet it. It's a cool little mental hack, and it kind of tricks your brain into thinking the speed you're hitting it with is not nearly as fast. So you can use it anytime you're struggling to keep pace. Your homework is to try this out in your normal speed reading practice and to see how it helps adjust to a new phase more easily. By now, we've mentioned a few times that you will need to pause at different intervals to create and review your markers during reading. Unlike when we're in a conversation or listening to a lecture, we should not create markers while we're reading simultaneously. This shouldn't come as a surprise, given that our visual processing is focused on making sense of the written symbols on the text. However, there has been a lot of confusion in the past as to how exactly we can integrate this habit into speed reading. Furthermore, since we've just finished telling you that in the short term you should focus on speed over comprehension, it's probably a good idea to explain how you'll use marker pauses in the long term to make sure that your retention is restored once you're able to get comprehension up to speed. So, how do we apply the concept of markers to speed reading given the rapid pace? Won't these pauses just slow us down to normal reading speeds on average? No way. First of all, we usually end up with only 1 or 2 markers per paragraph, even if those markers each have some nested details. With time, you may notice that markers automatically pop into your head as your eyes are moving from one paragraph to the next. Either way, we pause for a second or so after each paragraph to try to remember what we've read. That's usually enough time to create markers and even to link them up. The general ideas of the paragraph make the markers. In the beginning, while we're still practicing, we start with very simple markers that are not very lively and have limited detail. Then we try to remember everything in the paragraph that adds up information to the main idea and visualize it as a detail of the marker. One technique that Lev likes to use is assigning an emotional color to the paragraph as a marker. Red can represent anger, for example, and blue can represent calm or resolution. Those are the types of simple markers we make in the beginning. The markers should eventually start to become more and more detailed with practice. Like I mentioned earlier, with time, you'll become faster and faster at creating the markers, and it will become second nature. At that point, your brain will most likely create markers on the fly as you read, or at the very least, it will become second nature to assign markers when you reach the end of a paragraph. But this takes a lot of time and a lot of practice, and even when it happens, you still should make a conscious effort to review your markers. So for now, it's okay to take even a few seconds after each paragraph to create and link your markers. You're still reading much faster and with more attention than you would if you were sub-vocalizing. Sometimes it makes sense to sub-vocalize your markers only, like important phrases and names and things like that. This way, you'll enjoy the benefits of dual coding while retaining a high reading speed. Remember what we learned in the previous section. When you pre-read several paragraphs in a section, your brain has some time to come up with possible markers before you actually need to use them. Although this may sound counterintuitive, pre-reading speeds up marker generation and makes basic markers available for detail collection. Occasionally, you may feel that you cannot finish a paragraph because you vocalize a word and your attention drifts off. This means that you need to stop and review your markers because you're overloading your short-term memory. This may happen every few pages, or it may only happen in between chapters, but Taking pauses and looking up not only gives your brain a chance to clear out your short-term memory and review your markers, it's also a great way to prevent eye strain. So make sure to look at something far away and do so when you make longer pauses. That's a good segue into discussing more macro-level marker review. Just like a text is broken up into paragraphs and then chapters and then sections and finally the entire volume, so too should be your marker review. Whereas you'll spend only around a second reviewing markers from within a paragraph, almost automatically, you should look up and recall those markers for 2 to 3 seconds in between pages, or at least every few pages, to make sure that you're connecting it all together going forward. Beyond that, you should always take a long pause between chapters and look up from your book for as long as 15 to 30 seconds, depending on the density and length, and review all the markers you created and how they tie together. This is a crucial step in tricking the hippocampi into thinking the information is relevant. After all, you just learned it and you've already reviewed it 3 times and connected it to a dozen other new concepts. It must be something really important, right? The next step probably doesn't surprise you at all. When you finish a book in its entirety, it's a good idea to flip through it quickly or look at the table of contents and try to recall as many of the markers as possible. If you utilize some of the highlighting or note-taking tips we'll be teaching in the coming lectures, it's a great idea to flip through your highlights or notes and try to vividly imagine the visual or sensory markers you created for each highlighted point. In fact, doing this every few months is a great idea if you wish to maintain a high retention of the material. Personally, I like to spend an hour every now and again when I'm in between books, flipping through a few of my favorite books of all time, reviewing my highlights, and thinking about the markers that represent them. Doing all of this will dramatically improve your long-term memory of the information and ensure that despite your speed, you are not sacrificing the quality of comprehension. So, to review, make small pauses of around 1 second in between paragraphs, make medium pauses of 2 to 3 seconds between pages, make larger pauses of 15 to 30 seconds between chapters, and add in any additional pauses anytime you feel distracted, overwhelmed, or frustrated and need to review. Now, don't neglect this step or you'll be just like every other speed reader out there who can read at blazing speeds and remember nothing of what they've read even an hour later.
One of the biggest areas of confusion for students is around applying markers to reading. We've already discussed the importance of pauses and how it may take time for markers to naturally start popping into your head. But how about marker density? I've seen students get confused about this in all sorts of different ways. Some students feel like they need to make a marker for every noun. Other students feel that they must make a marker even if the paragraph they're reading contains no pertinent information whatsoever. For this reason, I wanted to add this special bonus lecture to clarify things a bit, because it seems that oftentimes when rough guidelines are given, like number of markers per paragraph or number of seconds per pause, there will always be a few folks who get hung up on those numbers and let it hold them back or stress them out. So, how many markers should you have when you read? Well, it turns out that marker density depends on a number of factors. The first factor is, of course, the density of the text. How much information is in there and how much is it spread out? When you read a condensed summary, like the first paragraph of a Wikipedia article, as I did earlier on, of course you're going to have lots and lots of markers. When you read a fiction novel, however, you may find that you only need 1 marker per page, or even less, depending on the text. The second, equally important factor is closely aligned with pre-reading. What are you trying to get out of the text? Sometimes I read an entire blog post merely looking for one specific fact or figure or piece of information. If that's the case, I'm creating pretty sparse markers because I know that I'm not interested in memorizing all of that other stuff. In other cases, like when I'm reading a very fascinating business book, I may want to remember all those pertinent details. I discussed this topic at length with three-time Swedish memory champion and Grand Master of Memory, Matthias Ribbing, when I interviewed him on my podcast. What I found interesting is that Matthias actually recommends that beginners set only one marker per page, trying to summarize each page with one very effective, large 3D image. In fact, Matthias uses this technique to memorize the entire newspaper 2 or 3 times a week, and then merely relies on his memory to connect and associate any of the pertinent details that he wishes to remember back to that one image. So while I do think that it's better to create more than one marker per page, that's something that you can improve with time and vary based on the situation. Ultimately, I think this is a very useful tip from Matthias, and it just goes to show you how incredibly powerful markers are. And it's an important reminder that we shouldn't worry too much or be too prescriptive about creating loads and loads of markers, especially if the text doesn't dictate it. Finally, I do want to add that over time, you'll notice that individual markers will naturally start to merge in your mind to form more complex markers, entire scenes, if you will, which are in fact a form of compound marker. While I don't remember or care to remember each of the individual markers that I created for a book like Benjamin Franklin's autobiography, my mind has formed a complex marker of him pushing a wheelbarrow full of paper through the town square many times a day, and most importantly, it's connected that image to the various significances and meanings of that particular compound marker. This ultimately ties back to our second point very nicely. I didn't read Franklin's autobiography to be able to tell his life story or quote him word for word. I read it to learn valuable lessons and tips for applying to my own life and my own business. So my marker is an example of how hacking public relations and marketing can be done, and it's designed to serve exactly that purpose. I don't mind at all that many of the individual, tiny, detailed markers like the face of his father-in-law have faded away, because I have a dozen or so very valuable compound markers that I can refer to, and even more markers that will be instantly recalled when I review my notes and perform spaced repetition. So I hope that this lecture will help you with markers and reduce some of the stress that you may have about being able to create enough of them fast enough. It's definitely a process and something that you'll get better at with time and practice. So don't beat yourself up if creating markers doesn't come completely naturally to you at first.
All right, guys, let's go ahead and see actually how creating markers would work during speed reading, when we actually speed read a real piece of content. I know we've demonstrated before, but now we understand about pauses and looking into the text structure. So here's an article that we wrote, Lev, Anna, and myself wrote for Lifehacker UK. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is probably pre-read it. Okay. What do we get? Well, I get Stop Blaming the Hardware, 2,000 words per minute. I see there's a TED Talk, study at Humboldt University. Okay. Visual memory trumps all forms. Sabertooth, that's interesting. Why is that in there? Memory's the first skill you should train. 70 to 90% retention. Perils of subvocalizing. If I didn't know what subvocalizing I would probably say, what's that? Prepare for a challenge. Infrastructure. Okay. Old normal reading. Jonathan Levy, Dr. Lev Goldentouch, best-selling author. Okay, so that's all I need for my pre-reading. I already have some interest. What is subvocalizing? What is the challenge? Why is there a TED Talk? Ooh, I like TED Talks. Visual memory trumps all forms. Okay, so now I have some curiosity. I have some questions. I have some things that I want to pull out of the text. So now as we go through and we speed read, the first thing we could do, by the way, is we could open this up in reading mode on Safari if we wanted to. But even if you didn't, it's actually pretty nicely formatted anyway. We can maybe zoom in a little bit. And then as we read, let's go through. So here, I get 6 years old. Remember, I'm looking with saccades, so you guys can't see my eyes, but
I'm focusing here once, here, and then here, and then here, and then here, and then here, and so on. Okay? So 5 or 6 years old, I picture a 6-year-old child. It's a bit difficult to create markers for this because I did write the article. So I have the markers that I had when I wrote it. But 5 or 6-year-old child, I picture a child that I know who's 5 or 6 years old. This child was a little strange and unique. Okay, the kid is behaving weirdly. Photographic memory. Now, I haven't created these markers until I pause here. So those markers that I described to you, I'm actually going to pause in between the chapter for maybe 0.15 seconds. I mean, something really, really quick. And then I'm going to picture this child having a photographic memory. So he's looking at a bunch of photographs. Okay. Heaps of assorted memories. Okay. Great. So, what did we get out of that paragraph? I'm going to let you guys read it in case you're not reading as quickly. I have an image of a teacher. I picked a teacher that was particularly relevant to me in my childhood, and a picture of a mother giving a child a book. And a university assistant. Again, I picture a university assistant of mine sitting in a classroom that I sat in. Okay? And I'm just going to keep going. And I'll keep going that way. Okay? Classroom. All right. Okay. Now I've imagined essentially spending time trying to learn faster. That's a picture of me learning, studying with a bunch of books. And we have Dr. Lev and Anna and 2,000 words per minute. Now, I may not know what they look like, but I can imagine what they might look like. And that can be my marker. Now, by the time I get to the end of the section, what I'm going to do is invest a little bit longer, maybe a second. And I'm going to review my images really quickly and try and link them together. Okay, so probably the fastest way to do this, because we immediately realize that this is a story. Okay, this is a biographical story that goes in order. And even speed reading, we can realize that. Okay, so it starts from childhood and goes all the way up, large part of my youth, and then it goes all the way to where we are today. Okay. And so because it's already a story, probably what I'll do is I'll just visualize the images in chronological order, and I'll maybe just put some logical markers, okay? The author met this weird kid, had a weird experience. Then he remembers a teacher trying to help him read more, and a mother buying a book, and then a university assistant. So it becomes a slideshow of images that are all logically connected, and there's cause and effect. You know, he saw this weird thing, so he wanted to learn more effectively. People in his life wanted to help, so they also donated their time and their effort. And then eventually it culminates, leads up to the rest of the story, okay? So I would review, and all that could happen in really a matter of a second, even less, probably less than a second. We could review those markers really quickly just while we're scrolling. I mean, it's going to take us a second to scroll through here, right? And then when we get here, okay, great. And we just continue doing that. Now, when we get to the end of the article, there's a couple things we can do. One, we want to test ourselves. We want to see what we got. So yeah, we'll spend 1, 2, 3 seconds. We'll review all our markers. There's nothing wrong with going back and saying, okay, what did I get here? All right, I have that marker of the 6-year-old child looking at photographs. Great. I have the photo of the teacher. I have the mother giving the book. All right, I have the university teaching assistant. Great. I have that classroom image, right? And we can do that so quickly and just review that we have an understanding that our markers add up, and we can make them into a compound marker, right? We can create one image, which essentially becomes almost like a mind map, or we can do it any way we really want to, with logical markers, with a slideshow, with a mind map that just shows all the different points. Okay, so we knew from the title that we were supposed to expect 5 tips and tricks. Can we fill out a quick mind map with 5 markers? Okay, so what if marker number 1 is stop blaming the hardware? It's just a nice picture of the brain. Okay, what's a marker of visual memory trumping all forms? Well, could we use the picture of that 6-year-old child with looking at the photographs? Sure, we could use that marker. Memory is the first skill you should train. Okay, can we think of maybe Albert Einstein? Can he be our marker for good memory? Or
what's a good marker for memory? Well, mine is Kim Peek. He had 100% memory. Understand the perils of subvocalizing. Okay, I can picture someone reading and their lips are moving while they read, and prepare for a challenge. Okay, I can think of an Olympic athlete. I can think of Rocky. Doesn't really matter what my marker is as long as it has that vivid detail and I can connect it all together. Okay, so the way I would connect this together is I would just have a mind map. I would imagine it with 5 points. And maybe each one of those I could imagine really just spending a few seconds after reading this article, picturing all these different points. And that becomes our first review, okay, our first recall in our spaced repetition, and that one review alone is going to make our attention so much higher. So remember, I'm doing these during the pauses, in between paragraphs, in between while I'm scrolling from section to section, okay? So it's not happening while I read, and if it is, it's happening maybe as I go from right here to right here. In the upper levels, once I've trained a lot, only then will I really get an image that'll happen that quickly. So that can happen years from now, but in the meantime, it's okay to get to the end of this paragraph and spend 15 milliseconds reviewing and creating a marker. Okay?
As we've discussed briefly before, the texts we read are generally very hierarchical. A book is broken into several parts with several chapters per part. Each chapter can be considered a standalone article, and it may contain many ideas or sections consisting of several paragraphs each. Even each paragraph may be broken down further into its many details. If we build one mental slideshow or mental palace for all of this structure, we won't remember much of it. For this reason, it makes sense to utilize the text's inherent structure to our advantage. For example, we can use 3 distinct levels of markers for the text in highly structured form. At the top level of our imaginary hierarchy, we have the whole book and its metadata: title, publication date, names of the authors and their bio, the main idea of the book, and how it connects to other books in the field or to our own knowledge, even some critical responses or our own impressions from the book. All of these details are metadata. Some of them allow us to find the book later, others allow us to look for similar literature and information, and yet others describe the content and connect it to other literature in our body of knowledge. When we get a new book, we should be able to remember this metadata, but we also need to connect it to some markers representing the book. For this reason, it's a good idea to pre-read the book for 2 to 3 minutes, just enough to get a feel for the book and look at the cover for just long enough to have a decent marker for it. In a way, this is our own personal version of the cover that we'll use. In the middle level of our imaginary hierarchy, there is the book structure, how different ideas relate to each other, and on which page to look for the ideas we want to review. Mind maps are very comfortable for navigating the hierarchy from the top level main idea of the book to the more specific concepts in each section. Generally, these mind maps will contain many logical markers to describe the relationships between different ideas. Just a reminder, every time we finish reading a section, we pause for a second to connect it to the web representing that subject. Sometimes we're able to generate many more links than provided by the text, for example, to our own thoughts and memories. Later, if we need to navigate this complex web to get the section we want in seconds, it will be helpful to use our logical understandings and emotions about the text to have more than one path to the desired information. At the lowest level of our imaginary hierarchy, we have each section and its detailed information, such as stories, examples, or other interesting information. Typically, this amounts to roughly 10 markers of roughly 5 details each. With that said, you can basically remember each section any way you find fit. For information you truly need unparalleled comprehension on, some students may prefer memory palaces, which we're going to learn in an upcoming lecture along with mind maps. At the level of a specific section, memory palaces are small and comfortable to work with, though they may be overkill for the level of long-term memory you likely need. Many other students continue using mind maps at this level. You can even generate small cartoons and presentations of several markers in an animated form. The specific strategy you'll use and some of the initial basic markers are generally selected during the pre-reading, and the specific details and links to other sections are added after reading, while trying to recall the marker structure. We can also connect our own thoughts and opinions during the breaks we take when reading. It's important to generate strong differentiations between what we read and the reactions and thoughts we have as a result. After all, you don't want to remember your opinions as facts given by the author. Make sure to visualize your own additions to the text differently, for example, in a different color or with a different emotional marker assigned to them. So that's just about it for speed reading itself. Like we said, speed reading itself isn't that complicated at all to teach or to learn, but doing it with high comprehension and retention will be pretty challenging. The rest of the course, especially if you're enrolled in our masterclass, will deal largely with techniques to adapt your skills to other disciplines and strategies and tools to improve your long-term retention. On top of all that, we're going to give a lot of lifestyle and environmental adjustments that you should consider to ensure that your brain is functioning at its absolute best. This is really important and impactful stuff, and so you should continue to watch all of these lectures even as you practice your speed reading. Just remember that you are responsible for being a self-directed learner and for your success or failure going forward, so don't neglect speed reading or marker training just because you've learned about a shiny new technique for learning foreign language words. In order to ensure that you succeed in your self-directed training, we want to set out some guidelines for you. First and foremost, remember to practice as many days a week as possible, with at least 4 practice sessions a week. We're pretty sure that you read something every day, even if it's just blog posts, and so you should be speed reading as much of the material as possible. If you're doing something very important for school or for work, you may need to speed read it a few times to get the level of comprehension necessary, but don't let that be an excuse to fall back on subvocalization. Simply utilize the techniques we've taught you, such as the self-testing protocol and the card trick, and make sure that your required reading is a great opportunity to practice while killing 2 birds with 1 stone. You should practice these skills for a few weeks or even a few months in order to really start seeing these dramatic improvements. Sometime in the next couple of weeks, if you're practicing diligently, it's all going to click. And all of a sudden, you're going to feel like Bradley Cooper in the movie Limitless. You'll be moving your eyes and choppy movements across the page, and somehow you'll be understanding everything that is written, turning pages at a comically fast rate and causing curious onlookers to watch in amazement. When people tell you stories or you listen to the radio, you'll be generating markers instantly without even knowing it, and you'll be linking them to existing knowledge in your densely interconnected neural networks. From my experience, in time, you'll feel that all of your cognitive faculties are dramatically improved and that you have a seemingly endless body of information from which you can draw upon or connect new memories to. And these effects will only continue to develop, and they'll become more dramatic and more effortless as your brain becomes more skilled, more interconnected, and more densely packed with incredible knowledge. I can honestly admit that after years of using these techniques every day, I feel like a completely different person, almost as if I have superpowers. But sometimes you'll slip back into old habits. You'll start subvocalizing and not even realize it. You'll forget people's names and be embarrassed when they remember yours. Hey, I do these things as well sometimes. It's perfectly understandable and it's perfectly normal. It takes a very long time to overcome years and years of slow reading and subvocalization, and quite honestly, I don't know if it ever truly becomes fully second nature. After all, I've been speed reading for only 4 years at the time of this recording, but before that, I subvocalized for almost 20 years. I'll let you know in another 20 years if it ever becomes truly natural to speed read, but until then, I just have to remind myself every time I look at a text to use my good speed reading habits. This is kind of like reminding myself to sit up straight instead of slouching into my chair every time I sit down. Yeah, it takes a little bit of effort and discipline, but it's well worth it. Most importantly, don't lose focus or get frustrated. If you need, you can always return back to the lessons and the exercise and really review the fundamentals. In fact, I strongly recommend you do so. I also strongly recommend you participate in the discussions in the Superlearner Facebook group, or consider joining our mastermind group if you're serious about advancing your skills and receiving lots of individualized coaching and attention from myself, Dr. Lev, and Professor Anna. No matter what issue you're struggling with, there's almost certainly someone else out there who's gone through it in the Superlearner community, and oftentimes they have a unique way to overcome it that will work well for you. So, keep up the practice and get excited for the next lectures, where we learn how to create and maintain high-quality memories long-term, how to design our learning environment and optimize our minds, and so much more. Sleep is a very broad topic, and it's a little bit out of the purview of this course. But with that said, it's still necessary that we talk about it a little bit because it is such a pivotal factor in your ability to learn successfully, and most people don't even realize it. Whereas in the past, a lot of researchers didn't quite understand why we sleep. Today, they're starting to understand it, and the results are alarming for anyone who habitually deprives themselves of it, so they can get a little more studying or a little more work or a little more socializing done. You see, during sleep, researchers believe that we solidify the things that have been offered up to our long-term memory. This is why people who are subjected to long-term sleep deprivation literally experience memory blackouts. They're unable to remember what has happened to them or to store any new memories. More importantly, a recent study from the University of Rochester determined that sleep was an essential function in clearing out toxic metabolic waste from the brain. Now, as superlearners, we're focusing much more intently, we're creating many more memories, and we're using many more parts of the brain than your average learner. We're engaging our visual imagination, our motor skills, our emotional brains, and much, much more, all at a much faster pace than the brain is used to. All of this heavy lifting is creating metabolic waste at a much faster rate, and this explains some of the exhaustion or discomfort that you might experience after long superlearning sessions. For example, when I started really accelerating my learning pace of speed reading, I found that I was completely exhausted. I could read for about an hour to an hour and a half, and then I needed a 10 to 15 minute nap to clear out this feeling of pressure coming from behind my eyes and at the top of my cranium. You might have the same experience. I know that a lot of superlearners do. And if that's the case, don't fight it and don't try to compensate with caffeine. A power nap is always better for learning because it means that your brain has multiple opportunities throughout the day to do some maintenance and construction work on your long-term memories. This literally means that you can improve your learning pace just by taking naps immediately after intense learning sessions. If you can get into sleep hacking or get into the habit of power naps of 20 to 22 minutes every day after your most productive period, that's honestly the best way to do it. But napping isn't the most important component. Remember that the bulk of your brain's work will happen during your core sleep at night. Though this isn't a sleep hacking course, I've added some incredible resources in the PDF syllabus, including 2 free interviews that I've conducted with some of the world's top sleep experts on how to improve your sleep. To give you a quick summary, you should sleep and wake up at the same time. Sleep in increments of 90 minutes. Avoid blue or white light 3 hours before bed, and make sure that you sleep in a very dark, cold room. For more information on all of this, please make sure to check out the supplemental resources because sleep is one of the most important things you can do as a superlearner. One thing you should be aware of is the influence of your learning environment on your ability to learn effectively. There are a lot of factors at play here, and so I want to try and unpack them one by one. The first topic I want to discuss here is the idea of state-based learning. Research has shown that if you learn in the exact same environment that you exercise the information in, you'll be more effective at remembering. There's actually research that shows that people who studied drunk did a better job on the exam if they had a few drinks. Incredible, right? Now, we're not recommending getting drunk before studying or exams. Instead, we're recommending that you conscientiously design your study environment and conditions to match the conditions in which you'll use the information. That means that if you're not going to be allowed to chew gum and listen to classical music during the exam, then don't do it while you study. If at work there's a constant chatter and background noise, then maybe you should be working on the weekend at a cafe instead of in a silent room. You get the idea. State-based learning is a really, really powerful thing, and so you should be very cognitive of how you're learning and in what environment. Now, given that information, let's talk about how you can design both your home and your work and study environments where you have freedom and flexibility to coincide with the proper learning conditions. To be a proper learning environment, if we can avoid the noise in both of these situations, that's great. Personally, I'm a huge advocate of using either earplugs, I like the silicone malleable ones made by Max, or the noise-canceling headphones such as those offered by Bose to drown out noise. The music I typically use to study is either Spanish guitar, electronic without words, or classical. Next, let's talk about posture and body posturing. Now, if we can avoid laying down or sitting down on our bed, that's another great way to retain alertness. Keeping the body physically active is one of the best ways to keep the brain alert. While sitting is better than laying down, it still leaves half of your body turned off. Truthfully, sitting is actually quite bad for your joints and muscles too, and so you should try to avoid doing it whenever possible. Now, personally, I spend a lot of time working in a standing desk, and I'll be happy to link you guys to an article on how to build your own standing desk. While you stand, you'll be constantly shifting your weight, just like I have throughout these videos, and you'll be changing your position, which is not only great for your brain, it's also much better for your back and your joints. I've even seen treadmill desks at some of the most successful startups and companies I've ever visited, and I hear incredible things about the focus and alertness that people are able to achieve with them. Another important factor is having sufficient light. If you have the right color of light at the right time of day, it's going to tell your body what should be happening. Bright white sunlight color is going to tell you to be alert, whereas if you're using yellow or orange lights, it's actually going to tell your body that it needs to start feeling tired. Too much light will make you overly alert and eventually tired though, so balance is important. You know how many companies use those terrible fluorescent white lights in their offices? They do that to get you to be more productive. You see, due to the changes in UV profiles of sunlight throughout the day, it's always better to have natural sunlight in the form of a window if possible, as that will help your body and your brain adjust throughout the day to your natural circadian rhythm of being productive in the morning and winding down towards the end of the day. Here's another factor that many people often overlook: oxygen. Oxygen is a stimulant for the brain, much like coffee, and so having a houseplant or an open window near your desk can really affect your learning experience. Take long, deep breaths if you can, especially when you review your markers. So take a good hard look at your learning and work environment and see which areas can be modified and adjusted to suit your learning and productivity. It may not seem like these things will make a big difference, but they absolutely do.
In our media-heavy worlds, it would be a massive oversight to only focus on learning that is done through books and articles. Obviously, you've been sitting and watching these video lectures, and so you're aware that a lot of modern learning happens either by audio or by video. While you might start preferring to read paper books instead of audiobooks due to your newfound reading speed, there are some things that you'll always have to consume in video or audio. I, for example, love TED Talks, and there are a lot of visuals that I'm not going to get if I just read the captions. I also love to listen to podcast interviews, and I rarely ever find the transcripts online. So what can you do in these types of situations? Well, there are a couple different things. For one, you can install the Google Chrome extension called Video Speed Controller. This nifty little extension allows you to speed up, slow down, advance, and rewind any HTML5 video with quick shortcuts. Now, after you install it, you will notice that most videos you view online have a little number in the top left-hand corner that looks like this. If you hover over it, a little menu pops up that allows you to toggle the video speed and even skip backwards and forwards a few seconds. In the settings, you can actually customize the keyboard shortcuts to your preferences. I find this particularly helpful when watching longer videos where you are looking for a very specific piece of information. To save some time, I will often listen at 3 to 4x the speed until I can tell that I need to focus and then slow it back down to 2x. Just note that this is also significantly impacted by how fast the person is talking in the video. I personally choose to watch most videos at 2 to 3x speed, though I'll sometimes go as high as 3 or 4 depending on the speaker's natural speed. And if that sounds like total gibberish to you, then you could easily start watching videos at 1.2, 1.5, or so on, and slowly increase the speed every few days until you are comfortable at the higher levels. Of course, while doing this, I make sure that I'm hitting pause to periodically generate and link markers that represent the information that I find interesting from the link or the lecture, or even the podcast. You'll notice that because you're used to creating markers so quickly, you'll be able to make markers much faster, even in audio or video situations. Honestly, as a super learner, it will probably drive you nuts if you watch lectures at normal speed. This was a side effect that both Lev and I experienced after taking on this course, and oftentimes I wish that I could fast forward conversations. When you're used to getting your information at 700 to 800 words per minute, a conversation or a lecture that takes place at 140 words per minute can be pretty painful. Fortunately, a simple doubling of the speed gets pretty close to our brain's ability to differentiate the sounds of individual words, and so while it's not 800 words per minute, you won't feel completely bored and impatient with the sped up lectures. Another extremely useful feature of the Video Speed Controller plugin is that you can fast forward and even skip through ads. A few years ago, a simple blocker would stop YouTube ads from showing, but now that isn't the case. But since you are a super learner who doesn't want to waste their time watching ads, you can now use this extension to power through an ad at 16 times the speed, or even use the forward skipping shortcut to jump 15 seconds ahead until you can click the skip ad button. Now, another great tool I use is an iOS app called Overcast for listening to podcasts. When I want to listen comfortably while commuting, cleaning, cooking, or eating, I listen to podcasts on about 1.9x the speed and enable the Smart Speed feature, which shortens pauses in the audio. If you don't have an iPhone, you can use an app called Podcast Addict for Android, which has similar features. Furthermore, many audiobook apps like Audible will allow you to speed up the track, which prevents you from going crazy while listening to audiobooks. Audible is also a great choice because it will sync up progress with your text reading so that you can speed read when you're at home, speed listen while you're in the car, and move through books without any hindrance to your progress or needing to find your place. I've included, by the way, a special link in the PDF syllabus which will get you a completely free audiobook on audible.com in case you want to try it out. Remember that there is a Super Learner audiobook and it's available on Audible. Or if you're a member of our Super Learner Masterclass, it's already in your account under the Enrollments tab. So I do recommend checking it out if you want to reinforce what you've learned here in these video lectures. Another great option is any one of the book recommendations I've made throughout the course, such as Joshua Foer's Moonwalking with Einstein, which I personally loved. Again, I want to emphasize that just because you're learning via video or audio, this is not a time to forget your good habits. Create those markers, review them, link them, and take pauses periodically to recall them, just like you would with any other content.
One of the most common things that people struggle with is learning foreign languages. There are a couple of great websites and books that I personally use to improve my language learning skills. One of them is The Tower of Babelfish, a site by Gabriel Weiner, author of one of my favorite books on learning languages, Fluent Forever. Tower of Babelfish is his free resource that will tell you a lot about the principles of learning languages very quickly, overcoming pronunciation, vocabulary, and grammar. There are a lot of great articles there, but I also recommend reading his book, as it's quite simply one of the best and most comprehensive resources on learning a language I've ever seen, and it perfectly coincides with the Superlearner method. I'm also going to refer you to my friend Benny Lewis's site and his book, Fluent in 3 Months. He's the incredible guy who gave the TED Talk we talked to earlier. I'll also link you in the PDF syllabus to my podcast interview with him. Benny's developed a Fluent in 3 Months methodology, which helps a lot of people overcome the barrier of learning a language. And since it's his specialty, it's best if you learn it from his blog and his books. Nonetheless, let's go ahead and review some of the major talking points involved with learning a language, just in case you don't have the opportunity to check out those books and blogs and websites. Now, most language learning has to start with learning the basic vocabulary. Not thousands of words, but maybe the top 600 to 1,000 most used words from something called a frequency list. Learning these words first makes you more effective, and it gets you off the ground faster. Unsurprisingly, the secret to learning new vocabulary words, you guessed it, using visual or sensory markers. Most people go wrong because they try to link one group of sounds, the English word, to a new group of sounds, the word in the foreign language. This creates one very weak connection between the two pieces of information, and that's why you immediately forget a word when someone tells you the translation. Instead, you need to link this new and foreign combination of sounds to an existing mental marker, image, feeling, or smell that's already densely built into a neural network. This way, you're tapping into that network and the material stays much more relevant for your mind. This helps not only in remembering the word, but also the pronunciation. So, for example, if we're going to learn Spanish and we want to learn the word for bathroom or baño, try to think of a crazy situation to dual code a very memorable visual image. For example, if you're trying to find the restroom in a restaurant and you have a little bit of an accident, they're pretty likely to ban you or baño. Or how about remembering the word caber, or to fit, by a taxi cab and a bear? You wouldn't think a bear would fit into a taxi, but this marker shows us otherwise. Now, this does seem really silly, and I understand that, but it works for improving your memorization of foreign sounds in your new language. Just remember, we are not translating here. We're linking neural points of sounds to neural points of concepts. Needless to say, if you didn't already check out Benny Lewis's amazing TED Talk, please check it out. Another rule advocated by most language learning experts is to stop speaking English. Commit to speaking your new language fully, whether or not you're in the country where they speak it. Find someone who speaks the language and insist that they won't speak English to you from day one. Stop being embarrassed. People who are embarrassed to try out their language skills never improve them. In our podcast interview together, Benny talked about the very important subject of motivation, and that's something we've already talked about a lot in this course, so I'm not going to loop over it. But with something as complex as learning a language, it does require a lot of dedication. Fortunately, if you're unable to communicate because you're missing the words, you're telling your brain that this is important information, and you're building motivation and intense interest and pressing need. And effectively, you're following all of Malcolm Knowles' principles for adult learners, and all you have to do is get over the fear of sounding silly and start speaking. The same is true of learning grammar. If you ask most native English speakers, they can't tell you the rules behind when we use the present subjunctive tense or why certain words are pluralized differently. In fact, I got perfect scores on all of my standardized English tests in high school, and I'm not sure I could even tell you what the present subjunctive case actually is. This is because our brains are really good at inferring the implied logic behind grammar, and so if we simply speak and listen to native speakers, we quickly figure out grammatical rules, and We need only to cross-reference a grammar textbook periodically to see that our assumptions are correct. On that note, I recently had the opportunity to meet a real-life polyglot, and not someone who's intentionally studied 20 or 30 languages, but someone who was a self-proclaimed natural language learner. He told me about how he spoke 6 different languages starting from the age of 5 or 6, and I immediately took the opportunity to pick his brain. I wanted to see if his methodology that he'd kind of developed, or which he believed came naturally to him, coincided with the methodologies that we've been discussing, both for regular learning and for language learning. Now, he told me that his secret was that he rarely ever learns in classes. In fact, he told me that just like Benny Lewis, he struggled very much to learn Spanish in a classroom setting with a textbook. He said that things didn't seem real enough, and he couldn't extract enough meaning or really get a feel for the words he was trying to learn. Oh boy, does that sound familiar. He also told me that he learned languages primarily by speaking to people in real-life situations. He would try to get by in the language or listen to people in the supermarket speaking that language. Now, what this tells me is that he's creating contextual memories and linking them to existing neural networks. He probably already has a situation where he asked the butcher how much something costs or how much it weighs, and so he's linking all of these new words to those existing neural networks and remembering them with exciting new scenarios in which he nervously waited in line, wondering how he was going to ask the butcher for the right cut of meat. This is in complete contrast to the way you learn in class, where you create hypothetical scenarios and feel no pressure or no need to get things right. You learn boring sample sentences with no real-life anchor point in memory. I need to go to the restroom, or can you tell me where the library is? These things stand completely alone in your memory, and that's probably why so many people struggle so much to learn in a language class. Trying to just get by in the language and feeling around for the words or dancing around words that you don't know, these are all great ways to create experiential learning and learn what you don't know. For example, I'll never forget the proper conjugation of the word flowers in Hebrew, because when I was younger, I conjugated it incorrectly into a completely different and completely embarrassing word. And everyone had a laugh at my expense, and I laughed along with them, and then I learned the correct way to say the word. I mean, sure, it was a little bit embarrassing, but who cares? It helped me remember the proper conjugation of the word. So different experiences are going to be very helpful in learning languages. What's most fascinating to me is that both my polyglot friend and Benny Lewis are actually abiding by most of Malcolm Knowles' rules for adult learners without ever knowing it. For example, they both have told me that it's their passion to learn languages, and they take it very, very seriously because it's something they both love and enjoy doing. And when I've commented on how many languages they could probably learn if they tried, both have told me that they don't learn a language unless they have a reason to, a pressing and immediate need. Another fascinating aspect is that both language learning experts, such as Benny Lewis or Gabriel Weiner, and natural language learners like my friend the polyglot, are relying on visual images or pictures to learn vocabulary. Now, this coincides with a method that I've seen for reusing Anki and learning languages. What a lot of people tend to do on Anki is they'll actually watch a movie in a foreign language with subtitles, and as they go along, this will give them context and meaning for different situations and different words. And because Anki allows you to take screenshots and upload images, they'll actually just upload that image right there into the software. So if you're trying to learn the word for pirate in German and you have a screenshot of Johnny Depp and the word in German below in subtitles, that gives you context and meaning, and it links it to your already existing knowledge about pirates or about Johnny Depp or anything that will draw it closer into that network. However, a more powerful trick you can do is to create your own visual and imaginative markers and note those markers on your Anki flashcards. You can even try to use Google Images and try to find an appropriate image to go with your visual marker, like we did with Kabir. Again, Anki is a really amazing tool for learning languages, I've been using it myself to brush up on my language skills in 3 languages, and I can tell you it really, really, really works. So there are some tips on how to learn foreign languages more effectively. Check out the supplemental resources in the PDF syllabus for some great books, blogs, videos, and more on this topic. Remembering the faces and names of new people is one of the most impactful skills for improving your professional and social life. Fortunately, it's really easy if you take the right approach. The first and biggest issue with remembering names is this: most people don't pay attention. They're so busy shaking hands and saying their own name, they forget to actually listen to the other person's name. In order to make sure you listen, try to make a habit of repeating the name. Nice to meet you, Anna. Now, whereas most people would recommend repeating the name 7 times in your head, this is actually a mistake, because that single neuron of information will be all alone by itself without any synapses connecting it. That's not going to change even if you repeat it 10 times, and plus, you'll probably look like a total weirdo if you're asking a question or you're too busy to answer questions because you're staring at the wall silently repeating their name. Instead, you should try to connect that person to a visual marker of another person or even to a visual idea. Try to connect it to another person with the same name or even a story you heard about someone with that same name. What is one feature that this Stephanie has in common with another Stephanie that you might know? Are they both redheads? If you don't know anyone with that name, perhaps you know of a story or a fictional character that has the same name. You can then picture them in that story and try to do it with as much detail as possible to create an effective marker. Then, when you need to recall that Stephanie's last name is Jones, you'll remember the image of her wearing a hat and carrying a whip, just like Indy did in Raiders of the Lost Ark. If it's a foreign name or one that you've never heard before, you'll use the exact same strategy that we used to learn foreign words. Any crazy example will work, and just like with our silly markers for learning foreign language words, the more ludicrous or silly the example is, the more likely your memory will function when you call up the name. Sanjana, for example, is a pretty exotic name for most English speakers, but if you picture Sanjana sitting in the sun with your childhood friend Jenna, now you've linked her to different memories you have of sun and memories you have of Jenna. You'll be very, very likely to remember her name when Sanjana approaches you at a cocktail party. So make sure to create markers for names you wish to remember, and if possible, associate those markers with some characteristic of the person's face or some situation that you can visualize them in. This technique will drastically improve your memory for faces and names, and in doing so, make a huge impact on your ability to work a room at social events. You've made it to the end of the course, but this is just the beginning of your journey. As you continue to practice and tailor your new skill set, you'll surely find an endless range of possibilities and opportunities upon which you can apply it to learn faster and more effectively. At this point, you're encouraged to check out some of the other courses, from our Speed Demon course to our course on raising super learners, our blogs and our podcasts, and much, much more. We've included exclusive links in the PDF syllabus that will get you 80 to 90% off of any of our other courses here on Udemy. Remember that your super learning skills are like a muscle. If you don't use it, you will definitely lose it, and we recommend using it on some subsequent courses. Furthermore, if you're serious about taking your super learning skills to the next level, we want to invite you to take our masterclass outside of Udemy, which features over 10 additional lectures, hours of audio and video content, and a free trial to our mastermind group, where you'll receive individualized attention from myself, Dr. Lev, and Professor Anna. You'll also get access to the rest of our courses that I mentioned before, including Become a Speed Demon and Raising Super Learners, all for one bundle price. And since you've already purchased this Udemy course, we've given you a discount coupon in the PDF syllabus to credit the amount of your purchase towards this premium masterclass. You can pick up right where you left off and watch the additional lectures you've been missing. In any case, we truly hope that this journey has been productive and a transformational one. And if it has, we invite you to tell your friends everything that you've learned and to share a link to the course, to our books, or even to our blogs and podcasts. The more people we can inspire with this message, the better. And that's it. It's been such a pleasure to have you as our student, and we thank you for your time and your attention and all of your hard work. As a closing note, we want to inspire you with a quote from Albert Einstein, who said, "Once you stop learning, you start dying. So get out there and never stop learning."
Congratulations! You've made it to the end of the course, but this is just the beginning of your journey. As you continue to practice and tailor your new skill set, you'll surely find an endless range of possibilities and opportunities upon which you can apply it to learn faster and more effectively. I want to remind you that your newly gained learning skills are like a muscle. If you don't use them, you will lose them. So, it's time to take on some new learning challenges and actually apply what you've learned in this course to some real-world learning. That's why, at this point, you have a choice to make. On the one hand, you can take advantage of the coupons we've offered in the syllabus to get great discounts on our other entry-level Udemy courses, from our courses on productivity and lifestyle to our course on raising super learners. Or on the other hand, if you're serious about taking your super learning skills to the next level, we want to let you know that we offer a premium masterclass outside of Udemy, which has a number of highly valuable features and benefits that we do not offer anywhere else. These include dozens and dozens of additional lectures on advanced topics, a wider range of applications, and exclusive masterclass materials. Hours of exclusive interviews with the world's top memory and learning experts, premium service and support, including replies from me personally, tons of additional worksheets to reinforce your knowledge and enhance your success, weekly breakdowns of your progress, and regular email guidance as you go along, section and chapter review worksheets to help you review and remember everything you're learning, lifetime access and updates, and much, much more. Best of all, as members of this Udemy course, you can credit your entire purchase on Udemy all the way up to $29 towards your purchase of this Super Learner Masterclass. Now, for a summary of all of the differences, including a comparison chart of the various courses we offer, check out the links in the lecture resources and check out an opportunity to sign up for a completely free trial at becomeasuperlearner.com. Whichever way you go, we truly hope that this journey has been a productive and transformational one. And if it has, we invite you to tell your friends everything you've learned and to share a link to the course, our book, or even to our blogs and podcasts. The more people that we can inspire with this message, the better. And that's it. It's been such a pleasure to have you as our student, and we thank you for your time, your attention, and of course, your hard work. As a closing note, we want to inspire you with a quote from Albert Einstein, who said, "Once you stop learning, you start dying. So get out there and never stop learning." Bye-bye.